The time is now 6:03. We are ready to begin tonight's City Council meeting. We'll call to order. Madam Clerk, would you please read the roll?
Absolutely. Councilmember Baldino?
Here.
Councilmember Giroux?
Here.
Councilmember Perstuck?
Here.
Mayor Pro Tem Pimentel?
Here.
And Mayor Boyles?
Here.
Gotcha.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. We will begin today with the invocation led by Pastor McKenna from the Bridge Church. Following that, we'll have the Pledge of Allegiance by Councilmember Perstuck. Pastor McKenna, the floor is yours.
Thank you. Always an honor to be able to come and pray over our city council members or members in our city. And I just realized I've been doing this for about 21 years, coming in here and doing this. So it's such an awesome opportunity. Let's pray. Heavenly Father, on the way over this evening, I was asking what I should pray for. And Lord, I sense you put family on my heart. And tonight, this room is filled with families, with moms and dads, with children, Lord, celebrating many things. And Lord, I'm thankful for this city that does that. And so tonight, Lord God, we pray over our families in the city of El Segundo. We pray that you watch over them and that you protect them, that you keep them safe. Lord God, specifically, we pray for our children. Lord God, as all of them have come through a difficult season, Lord, I pray for a healthy new season. And as you watch over them and guide them, Lord God, and build them up, Lord God, I'm thankful for their moms and dads, that you would also watch over them. And Lord, tonight we lift up our city council. We ask that you would give them wisdom, give them discernment, and they make the decisions over our great city, that you would also protect them and their families. And as I always pray, Lord God, we're thankful for our first responders, our police officers, our firefighters, Lord God. We pray for those that take care of us medically, Lord God. And Lord, we're thankful for our teachers, our administrators, Lord God, and all that they do. And Lord, certainly for our city workers, those that take care of our city in so many ways. So Lord, be about this tonight, Lord God. Thank you that you are here. And Lord God, we celebrate all that you're doing. We pray this in your name. Amen.
Allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you, Pastor McKenna, and thank you, Councilmember Perstuck. All right, we will begin tonight. We have some special presentations. First, the Chamber of Commerce will announce the 2022 Holiday Parade winners. Elise Beardsley, the Chamber's current chair, will announce the winners. The floor is yours.
Thank you very much. Good evening. I am Elise Beardsley with Industrial Lock and Security and the current chair of the board for El Segundo Chamber of Commerce. And first, we'd like to thank the City of El Segundo for your partnership in making the El Segundo Holiday Parade fabulous and possible for 58 years. Along with our credible sponsors, we bring smiles to thousands of El Segundo and South Bay residents every year, and we are so very grateful. So thank you so much. But now, let's get on to our awards. We had some double top vote getters in various categories, so we have a total of 17 entries to be honored. So let's kick it off first with our Grand Marshal Award, which is chosen by the judges as their favorite. And in 2022, the El Segundo Holiday Parade Grand Marshal recipients are El Segundo High School Marching Band and El Segundo High School Cheer. Who's here from there? And which one are you from? Yes. And you don't have to tell anybody that there was only one trophy. Just take it home.
We'll do the band, then we'll do the cheerleaders.
You want to go up there? Oh, okay. That's good. First, give Mom a picture.
Oh, thank you.
All right, now me. Here we go. 1, 2, and couple of shots. Thank you so much.
We're
We're El Segundo youth, but we can accept it upon the high school if you want.
No cheerleaders here?
This is all youth. The high school's not here.
Accepting the award for?
El Segundo.
You're getting in the
Oh,
picture. Go.
great. Okay.
All right. Here we go. Couple of shots here. And thank you so much.
Thank you.
All right, right, and the best performers by the adult is Lindy by the Sea. Where's Lindy by the Sea? You want a real picture? You're gonna get me in the picture. Come on, you're gonna get me.
All right. Okay, one for me, one for me. Two for me. Okay, here we go. Well, oh, I like it. Pizzazz. Thank you so much.
Best use of theme for children is El Segundo Co-op Nursery School. They have lots of children. Where are they all? Bring them on. Every one of them. There's the children. Go on up there. Stand by that. Come on up there.
Yeah.
All the way to the top.
job. All right.
Oh yeah, wait.
Okay, guys, hold on a second. I gotta see if I can get this whole group in here. All right, one more. All right, one more. Thank you so much.
Casino night.
I know.
It's okay. And the best use of theme, children again, is El Segundo Girl Scouts. Come on down.
Good job, girls.
All right, here we go. Oh, I love your smiles. They're beautiful, girls. Thank you. All right.
All right, and for the best use of theme for community and civic, we have the El Segundo Auxiliary Children's Hospital, Los Angeles. Come on down. Are you part of that group?
I am.
Get over there.
Can you hold this
Yes,
for
I
me?
will.
Yeah.
Wait for me, wait for me. All right, guys, here we go. Couple of shots here. And one more, and one more. Excellent, thank you.
Thank you, Sheila.
All right, and now for the best holiday spirit in the Children Award is the El Segundo Boy Scout Troop 762. Where's our Boy Scouts? Come on down.
Can I get one of the boys on this side? There we go. Kind of balance it out a little bit, All right, here we go, guys. A couple more. One more. Thank you so much. After you, sir. Thank you.
All right, next, the best holiday spirit in the children's category, the Eagles of El Segundo Youth Football and Cheer. Let's hear some cheering. Are you guys going to do a cheer for us?
Halfway. I just want to do little individual pictures.
All right, things are flying. All right, now for the best holiday spirit in the community and civic department is the El Segundo Kiwanis Club. And we're expecting a cheer from you guys.
All right. Oh, did you get it? You get a picture? No. All right, Sir Lawrence. Here we go. 1, 2, and one more, and one more. Thank you, gentlemen.
Thanks, sir. You got it. There's a little lack in the cheer, but all right. And for the best holiday spirit in the community civic department, Southern California Miata Club. Is anybody here from the Miata Club?
Here we go. A couple photos. One. Thank you so much.
Thanks for being here. All right, next we have our best performers in the children's category, the Kelly School of Irish Dance. Where's our dancers?
All right. You gotta be in there. Wait a minute, I should have drank before. I see. Okay, here we go. Oh, you're covering. Just move there, sweetie. Okay, here we go. Here we go. Hold on 1 second. And a couple of photos. And one more. And one more. Excellent. Thank you.
They were hoping for a trophy for each one of them, but you're going to have to share. Just take it home every week. How about for our best performers? The chosen were the Fusion Twirlers. Do we have some twirlers here? Can you twirl for us? Can you pretend?
Here.
All right, here we go. And one, two, and a couple more. And one more. Excellent, thank you.
All right, thank you, twirlers. And the best musical band was chosen, the high school of Lusinger High School Marching Olympians, cheer and drill team. Are they here today? Come on down. You guys want to do a cheer?
Where's the chair? Wait. Back. All right. Big group. Here we go. And one, two, a couple more. Let me back up a little bit. And just one more. Thanks, guys.
It's awfully quiet in here. All right, thank you so much. And now for the best performers, for the adults, the Dickens Christmas Carolers. Are you guys here? Want to sing a song or something? Sing a song.
All right. Okay, got a bunch. I recorded that one.
Let me get it. If we could slide a little bit. There we go. So we can see the handsome Mayor Pro Tem. Here we go. Wait 1 second. Okay, and one, two, and one more, and just one more. All right, thank you so much.
Really did get quiet in here. Where did all the kids go? All right, and last year we couldn't present awards at a council meeting due to COVID restrictions. Most folks picked them up, but we've been holding a few for about 12 months, so the next 3 recipients are receiving 2 awards, one for 2021 and one for 2022. The best use of theme, community civic, from this year and last year is ESMOA. Who's here from ESMOA?
One, two, three. There you go.
Okay, here we go. A couple of shots. And everybody say Wiener Schnitzel. I'm sorry. I know you guys are from Germany. That's an Austrian thing.
And again, because we didn't give awards out last year, but they won them, and they won them again. Best use of theme for business and commercial is 1-800-GOT-JUNK and has away today, and accepting via satellite would be the mayor.
Thanks. Hopefully you can hear me.
And some
We
other
had
people.
kind of a Oh, good. Some people are there. Excellent.
Actually, Mayor, you're outnumbered. Looking forward to next year.
Oh, right there, gents. All right, very good, very good. There we go, and a couple of shots, and one more. Thank you so much.
All right, and again, since we didn't get to do this last year, we have the Best Holiday Spirit Business and Commercial. And for 2 years in a row, for 21 and 22, we have again the El Segundo Brewing Company. Who's here for that? One in every hand.
I believe this is a three-peat. It's a three-peat. Stocking Stuffer's Band.
Oh, this is great. 1, 2, and 3. One more. And one more. Thank you so much.
All right, thank you so very much for letting us present our awards for this year and last year, and to everybody that participated in the parade. We're looking forward to another wonderful year this year with another fun theme. So thank you very much for having all the kids come in and giving us time to give out the awards. Have a good evening. Thank you.
All right. Thank you, Chamber of Commerce. Our next, do we have Roz Templin here from the library? Is Roz, come on down for the announcement on Women of the West.
Good evening, Mayor and Council members. My name is Rosalind Templin. I'm the library assistant with the El Segundo Public Library, and I'm excited to share with you an upcoming celebration of women in music in honor of Women's History Month. Women of the West takes place on Saturday, March 4th, 3 to 5 p.m. at the El Segundo Performing Arts Center. Award-winning Los Angeles singer-songwriter Manda Mosher and Americana Blackbird Records artist Deb Morrison have teamed up to produce a stellar Americana music concert featuring an all-female fronted lineup. Some of the best local and nationally known West Coast Americana artists will come together to celebrate women in music. Artists include Manda Mosher, Abby Posner, Deb Morrison, Rosie Nolan, and June Clevis and the Diddy Boys. Legendary radio personality and the SoCal Sound 88.5 FM's DJ of the Blues and the Raven will MC the show. Tickets are free for all ages and can be reserved on Eventbrite by clicking on the library's homepage banner or scanning the QR code at www.elsegundolibrary.org or by calling the reference desk at 310-524-2728. This event is funded by the Cultural Development Program's Community Engagement Initiative. We hope you all will join us. Thank you for your time.
Thank you very much. And now we have 30 minutes allocated to public communications, 5 minutes max per speaker, unless we have a lot of speakers, and then we might adjust. We have 7. All right. Who is first?
Mike Harrell.
Welcome, Mr. Harrell.
Good evening, Mayor Boyles, Honorable City Council. Good to see everyone in person. My name is Mike Harriel. I'm normally the Senior Public Affairs Manager for SoCalGas, assigned to City of El Segundo. I'm currently the LA Region Area Manager for Public Affairs. And I'm here, I have my 5 minutes, I have my notes, I want to make sure I cover everything. I'm here to just provide you with an update on the winter bills. I know this is something that's been on the top of your constituents' minds and our customers and probably yours. You're probably getting a lot of questions about it concerning the January gas bills that were higher than historical. So I want to provide you just some basic information. The market price for natural gas has dropped significantly for the month of February, roughly about 60% cheaper. Compared to the compared to the January rates of market of natural gas, but it's still a little significantly higher than normal. The core procurement rate for natural gas changes every month, and that price is not set by SoCalGas. And I want to stress that. SoCalGas does not set the commodity price of natural gas. That price is determined by national and regional markets. It's a commodity that's traded on the commodities market. We buy natural gas for our customers, what we call our non-core customers, which are residential and small business customers. And the cost that we pay for natural gas, we pass that on to the customer without any markup. So we do not profit on natural gas, and I want to stress that. We do not profit on the cost of natural gas. What we pay for it, it is passed on directly to the consumer. So there is some good news. The CPUC has approved the escalation of the California Climate Credit for SoCalGas. So your constituents should be seeing that in their February-March bill. I know I saw it in my February bill. So they are releasing it now. And it's roughly about $50. So it's a $50 credit that will go to our customers. So what are we doing to help our customers and your constituents? So we continue to inform and offer several ways to help income qualified customers, a lot of programs, care program, level pay plan, I have to say that slowly, and also there's some improvement assistance programs to help with weatherizing the home. Also, we provided $1 million to the Gas Assistance Fund, and this is an income-based program where anyone who qualifies according to their income can request an amount that will help them with their natural gas bill. We're also delaying collection activities on overdue residential accounts until April 1st, and we will not be disconnecting anyone until after July 1st. We're also offering payments for small businesses as well, payment plans, so we make sure that that no one will be disconnected, and anyone who's having a problem paying their bill will make those arrangements for them. I want to refer you to our website, socalgas.com, which will provide you with additional information on programs and how the bills are structured. But the main thing I wanted to add in closing is now we're starting to see scams. And some of the scams, some of our customers are receiving texts saying that there's a $5,000 or $10,000 credit that they're eligible for their natural gas bill. And then, of course, they call in or text in or however way it's set up. and then those scrupulous folks, they get their information or take their money or doing whatever. So again, information on that scam is also on our website, but we want to encourage folks not to respond to that. Unfortunately, there are no credits of that amount that are available to our customers. And I got 23 seconds left, so I think I covered everything.
It's going that way.
Oh, is it? Oh, okay. Then I'm overdue. Be glad to answer any questions or anything anyone has.
Thank you, Mr. Harriel. Any questions?
No, but thank you for coming proactively and letting us know about this. I've heard about this issue from a lot of residents. So to be clear, the easiest way for someone who's having trouble paying their gas bill is to go to the SoCal website?
Go to the website. There's information on there. If they need to make payment arrangements, give us a call. Due to the call volume, there may be a little longer wait time, but we have a mechanism in place where we will call you back.
Okay.
And you won't lose your place in line.
All right. Thank you, sir.
All right.
And I have one more question too. Thank you very much, and I really appreciate you coming here because we do have a lot of residents that are concerned. And I really appreciate that you guys are doing, putting steps in place to fix the problem retroactively. But what are we going to do for the future? Is there any way that you guys could put some threshold that a bill won't go over X percentage? Because like some of the bills went over a couple 100% month over month. So is this the government or the state or the gas company putting in some type of something in place to stop it from escalating so high month over month? Like, is there a cap that we can actually hope to install? Like, should we be reaching out to our congressman or our governor? What kind of steps can we take to do something proactive for the future?
Yeah, something like that would have to be agreed upon at the state level, because again, we don't set the price of natural gas. We buy it at whatever the rate is. One thing that we can offer is the level pay plan. So regardless of what your bill is, you'll pay a certain amount every month. But a lot of it depends on usage and also with the price.
I just think it just escalated so quickly, so fast for many people that it was, people were caught off guard. So I just want to, so if people want to start a petition or something to institute something where there's a cap on escalation or a leveling for all customers, they would have to go through the state capitol, right?
It's our legislators that would have to indicate that, and our regulators, CPUC. But for the short term and the interim, we're making payment arrangements. I've seen them as far as a year out, and again, putting them on the level pay plan has been a help for many.
Thank you.
Already.
Thank you, Mr. Harrell.
Thank you.
And I would add that if there's people watching at home who have, sometimes some of our people in our family members or extended family are on automatic payment plans, and it comes out of their credit card, and they may not realize until all of a sudden they look down and realize they spent $1,300 on their gas bill. So it's an important note. All right, who's next?
We have Kyle Patterson.
Welcome, Mr. Patterson.
Good evening, everyone. I would like to provide public comment on general comment on item 14. So my name is Kyle Patterson. I'm a member of the Southwest Mountain States Regional Council of Carpenters. I live in the local area in the vicinity of the project. I believe that I will be impacted by the environmental impacts of the project. The city should require the project to be built with contractors that will hire locally, provide prevailing wage, and utilize apprentices from the certified apprenticeship programs. Workforce requirements reduce construction-related environmental impacts while benefiting the local economy and reduce workforce development. In a recent 2020 report entitled Putting California, the High Roads, a Jobs and Climate Action Plan 2030, the California Workforce Development Board concluded that investments in growing, diversifying, and upskilling California's workforce can positively affect returns on climate mitigation efforts. The South Coast Air Quality Management The South Coast Air Quality Management District recently found that local higher requirements can result in air pollutant reduction. Recently, the state of California reiterated its comments towards encouraging workforce development and housing affordability through the Affordable Housing and High Roads Job Act of 2022, otherwise known as Assembly Bill 2011, which requires projects to pay workers a prevailing wage and hire from state-certified apprenticeship programs for projects meeting certain city affordability and development standards. And I just wanted to add that comment there. I left a card with you all to hopefully be able to reach out and just strengthen our relationship here in the community with providing good jobs, quality career job opportunities for local residents.
Thank you, Mr. Patterson. And that was item 14, the downtown specific plan?
Yes, sir.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Anya Goldstein.
Good evening, all. As you know, I'm a resident and a small business owner, and I'm here today as a member of the Sweat Equity Alliance. We're a community group dedicated to making El Segundo a safer and more inclusive place to live. I'm speaking to you today about agenda item E17, which is the proposal to make committee and board meetings accessible to those unable to attend in person. First, I wanted to thank you for being responsive to your community on this issue. Making DEI meetings available to community members who are not able to appear in person, whether because of professional or familial obligations or because of health concerns, will increase the accessibility of these meetings. This, in turn, will increase our community's engagement with the critical work this committee is doing. I also wanted to thank you and staff for looking into ways to record and distribute all committee and board meetings so that our community can follow and engage with the important work that each of these groups of committed citizens is doing on our behalf. Turning to the options on the table, I would encourage you to choose the simplest and most cost-effective means. It seems that city staff who attend the committee meetings are already familiar with Zoom, so simply hitting record might be the best option. No one, as far as I'm aware, is asking for high production values, just simply the ability to listen to meetings they're not able to attend. I'd also encourage you to select an option that would allow for community members to make public comment remotely via Zoom. City staff members and deputy city attorneys sometimes already appear at committee meetings via Zoom, so it seems like this could be a simple and cost-effective way to get this done. And as far as I'm aware, there's no legal concern with taking remote public comment. Public entities can always provide more public access than is required by the Brown Act. That's a floor, not a ceiling, to public access. Finally, we haven't yet had the benefit of hearing the staff presentation on this agenda item, but I'd like to encourage you as council members to be problem solvers about this issue. There is widely available cheap technology for recording. I bet each of you is carrying such a device with you right now. And uploading a video to YouTube is easy once you know how to do it, as city staff obviously already knows how to do. So if you care about doing this, which I believe that you do, I encourage you to find a way to get this done. Thanks for your time and consideration.
Thank you, Ms. Goldstein.
Greg Meschling. Sorry.
Coach, the floor is yours.
Your Honorable Mayor, esteemed council, I thank you for listening to my inquiry tonight. My name is Greg Mackling. I'm a resident of El Segundo. I'm here tonight on behalf of the El Segundo Little League, for which I serve as on the board of directors this year. I essentially respectfully ask for a follow-up on whether or not the Raytheon campus will allow us to utilize a second field for our practice time this season. You may be aware that we are experiencing our highest volume of participation in the league this year, and we are greatly impacted by not having enough space to deliver a quality program for the over 400 families that are participating in our program. Thank you so much for any assistance you can give us on this. Much appreciated. Any questions?
Thank you, Greg.
Chris, Adam?
Hello, Chris Edom, El Segundo resident. I'm here regarding the skate park. I've seen a lot of you before. Recently, I've heard a lot of talk about it already going to bid, and I was just wondering if it has already gotten to bid, what companies bid for it, how are the groups contacted, if it is out to bid, has it been posted to the website, and how were the companies informed? I'm just trying to make sure that we're not having bids from outside of a skate park building company and having sidewalk builders build the skate park again and then it comes out terrible. Is there a finalized budget for the skate park only? I know that we have a budget for the teen center remodeling, but I was wondering if there is a finalized budget for the skate park itself. And also, when is the approximate breaking ground date for this, if anybody knows? Probably not. Okay. And then who is the lead supervisor for the design outside of the skate park builders? Is there going to be somebody in the community? Myself, you know, I've been doing this for 8 years, advocating for this when my kid was in elementary school. Now he's graduating high school this year. So I'd like to be a part of the whole thing so it's still skateboard surf oriented and not having somebody in the community who doesn't know the background of skateboarding. So that brings me to community input. Sure, we need community input, but at the same time, you know, if we are going to disappoint some people with the design. That's just a given because everybody's going to want to have one special thing when somebody doesn't want. So I think the design that I provided for the past 7 years is the best design to go with. There can be tweaks and everything. There's a list of skate park builders, Spawn Ranch, California Skate Parks, Grindline, Dreamland, Evergreen, Team Payne. These are 6 of the top skate park builders, and Spawn Ranch is in our backyard. They've come to the city council meetings before and spoke and offered their estimate on how to renovate the whole thing. So any questions, any comments that I could be happy with leaving here, that it's moving forward?
I think the city manager will respond to the park things here at the end.
Yes.
So both of them.
Okay, cool. Yeah, you and I have been emailing and stuff. Okay, perfect. All right, thank you all.
Thank you, Chris.
John Pickhaver?
Good evening, Council. My name is John Pickhaver, and I'm a member of the Sweat Equity Alliance and a resident of El Segundo. I'm here tonight to speak on E17 regarding recording DEI and other CCB meetings. I don't really have too much to add from what my colleague Anya Goldstein already said, but I too wanted to thank city staff, City Manager Darrell George for laying out 4 options, and Mayor Chris Pimentel for directing staff to do so. I think one of these 4 options will meet what we've been asking for a year now, just for greater transparency and accessibility to these meetings. I would look at this cost as an investment in those things, as an accommodation for residents to be active participants in the civic process. Like Anya said, there's a lot of reasons people can't make these meetings, and you know, it's not because they don't want to attend. They just have a lot going on. And I think it's a great way to put a big rubber stamp on the city's #1 goal of enhancing customer service and embracing diversity, equity, inclusion. And I hope City Council will take this next step and increase transparency and accessibility. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Pickhaver.
And Eric Peterson?
Hello, everyone. My name is Eric Pedersen. I have that restaurant, the mysterious restaurant, Pine and Main Street. Hi, Chris. Hey, Mr. Mayor. I am here tonight. I'm just looking at this amazing map here, and I'm just reminded 4 years ago, a little bit more than 4 years ago, my partner had just gone back to Brazil. We were looking to do a restaurant. We almost were doing one in Helms Bakery in Culver City, very close to having that deal done. A friend of mine from New York, I'm not born and raised in New York, but I had business there, said, Eric, you got to go take a look at this place that I just saw. It's in a place called El Segundo. And I was like clueless about where it was. And I came down Imperial to take a look, and I turned on Main Street. And I went, oh my God. Oh my God. My wife was she is still alive, but she's my ex-wife. She was an actress, and I used to come out here a lot, and we used to always, I'd go on the red eye back to New York, and we'd go to restaurants north. So here I'm coming down Main Street. I'm just starting with this, guys, because I've been here for more than 4 years, developing what I'm doing right now. But I'm coming down Main Street, and I'm just like, this is just a magical little town. And I made a very emotional decision. I saw that high school, I'd seen it before. This little town of yours reminds me of my mom's northern Minnesota town. And saw that shack of a place, the old Main Street Cafe. I've seen a lot of the history. I've seen how it started. I've seen the dairy. And I met the landlord, who was not from here. But first question he asked my partner and myself was, how much are you going to spend on this little property of 1,300 square feet? I figure 1,300 square feet, turn it around really quick, maybe $500,000. Well, what we didn't know, you have termites out here. You don't have rats and mice like I do in New York, so I didn't see that coming. Every square inch of the building had to be replaced. So the first year of being here, 4 years ago, was developing the plan with the city planning folks. And both Almir and I are serious restaurant people, and I fell in love and just felt like we could do it here. Almir was back in Brazil seeing his family, saw the picture. He had worked in a restaurant, was in a park with me in New York, and he says, that's it. All the way from Brazil, he says, that's it, the picture. I knew that was it, your little town. And my experiences in New York and developing neighborhoods and stuff like that, it was exciting to be here. And it took a while. The landscape on Pine Street is city property. I had a lot of persuasive conversations with people to allow me to put art on city property, which I had said to people in the past that I think that's a good thing to do for the city. Anyway, so the development went through COVID, paying rent the whole time, and we've been open for a year. And we're trying to discover how to keep things going. We're getting amazing reviews. I just saw the Kiwanis gentleman, and they just gave me an idea for lunch. We just opened for lunch after World Cup. So I'm going to work with them a little bit to get things going. It is absolutely imperative. 4 or 5 months ago, I reached out to some people, and they woke me up. They woke me up because I thought, I just thought what I thought. And they reminded me of my strengths and my community involvement in what I've done in New York. And this is not New York, I know, but I'm here to say to you, I love this city. I've talked to a lot of folks about Main Street. I've talked about bids. I talked to Bill Ruane just recently. I've talked to a lot of folks. Stakeholders don't really care to maybe hear about that because there's some tax involved with that. But usually that tax is passed on to the tenant. And what I see, it's so easy to see a beautiful Main Street. It's beautiful already, but we have the Olympics coming up, and Christina and Kristen of your planning group, the marketing group, they were in the other night, and I was like, my God, we have 2.5 years, 3 years to kind of work. And I know there's a lot of stuff sitting around for 4 years, and I know COVID was here, but I just want to let you all know, now I'm open for lunch, and I am of the wherewithal to get more involved a little bit, get out in front of this. I talked to the mayor a little bit about this and some other people. I have to get out, and we have to start getting the north end of Main Street popping a little bit. Between the north end and Grand, it's the most interesting thing. It's dark at night. People
Time's up.
Okay, people don't travel quite up to where I'm at. So I'm here to make a plea and to get more involved, and that's what I wish to do. My name is Eric Pedersen. Thanks for listening to me. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Pedersen.
Mm-hmm.
Anyone online? Very well. City Manager, can I turn the floor to you for comments, I think specifically around the Raytheon piece and the skate park? I don't think anyone else has comments. And also, I think we have a Hyperion update as well.
Yes, Mayor Pro Tem, I'd be happy to. Actually, starting from the end, Mr. Pedersen, please take my card. I'd be happy to have a conversation with you on how to make things better. So, okay. Regarding the gentleman, Kyle Patterson, who spoke on wanted to speak regarding the downtown specific plan item. I hear what you're saying. Tonight's item is really an opportunity for the council to hear from staff on the scheduling and the processing of this downtown specific plan. It's a long process that we'll be undertaking with with the community, with the downtown merchants, and with the council. So I encourage you to participate in those focus group meetings and so forth, and have your message heard, and continue to stay involved. But at this point, there's really no construction element that's being defined, but eventually something will come out of that. In terms of the item 17 on the CCBs tonight, we'll have, I'm sure, a good conversation on moving forward with all of the boards and commissions. So thank you for that input. The Little League, Mr. Meckling, regarding the Little League item over at Raytheon, I know we have really been making valiant attempts to reach out to them, discuss the opportunity with them. I'll ask our Parks and Rec director, who's been involved in those conversations, maybe you want to share a few words about where we are with that, if anywhere?
Yeah, I think I've spoken with Jamin quite a bit. The Raytheon would like to keep one of their fields available for their employees to use. And Mark and I, city attorney and I, have looked over the contract, and they're well within their terms, so it's just difficult because I think they want to keep that field for their use, and I understand you guys want it as well, but that's kind of where we're at.
Yeah. And I know I'm going to make a last effort here to reach out to them personally.
Just to clarify, there are 3 fields. There are 2 ball fields, baseball, softball fields, and 1 grass field. And the original agreement provided that Raytheon had the right to use one of the ball fields, and it anticipated it would for its employees. The city had the right to use the other 2 fields, and that's what's happening out on the site.
So just to give another little history lesson on this, we were thrown a couple of little bones. And those bones were thrown at us so that we would forget about the 7 acres of green space that was part of their development agreement. And the first bone was we were going to have more use of these fields. So however it got written versus what was said in this chamber is apparently 2 different things.
No, I went back and watched the video. It was very specifically.
I'm not getting on you, Mark. I'm getting on them.
Okay.
Okay? Because the spirit of that deal was to allow that group to use those fields in lieu of the green space that we negotiated years ago. So that's what was happening, and that's not what happened. And as I said last week, or 2 weeks ago, and I'll say it again, I absolutely knew this was going to happen. I knew the timing it was going to happen, and it happened right on spot. And it's terrible that this is what it's come down to, because it's affecting 400 kids in this city, 400 families in this city. I'm not putting it on you. I'm putting it on them. They knew what they were saying, and it didn't come through. So I don't know what else we can do here. But I got to tell you, from a public relations standpoint, I'm not sure who's in charge over there of that at Raytheon, but I believe they are our largest employer. Is that correct? So largest employer. They don't seem to care too much about that piece of it, though, and that's really sad. So I don't know who else we can talk to or who we're talking to right now, but we need to push a little bit harder on this because this problem's not going to go away. We have more and more families in this town playing these sports, and we simply do not have the space for it. and we forfeited that space in order to allow the Chargers to come in here. We got to do more than what we're doing. I don't know what we need to do, but we need to do more than what we're doing.
I think it's a bit disappointing that at the time the representative was very genial, and that if there were issues like this that popped up, we'd be able to work it out. Now he, I think, retired within months of the deal being finalized, and we were very concerned at the time that this might be the likely result, that we were going to be dealing with the rule of man and not the rule of law, or conversely, we'd get the rule of law when we thought we were dealing with the rule of man. So I think if there's anything we can do to appeal to their good graces and the spirit of the agreement, vice the text of it, I think that would benefit all of us.
Okay. The speaker regarding the skate park, Chris, the project certainly hasn't gone out to bid at all. At this point, we're still in the very early stages of design. In fact, next meeting, we'll be bringing, I think, the design firm forward, or in 2 meetings.
2 meetings.
So we're really in the early stages of the entire remodel, if you will, a renovation of the park space, including the skate park, the teen center, the basketball courts, the fields, the irrigation, so forth and so on. So that will be a lengthy process to put that design together, master plan the entire facility or the entire area. So, again, I encourage you to continue to participate. We welcome your input on the skate park and appreciate your comments of bringing folks that do that for a living to the table. And I know our design team will appreciate that also. So please stay involved. And again, you can call me anytime, or our Parks and Rec director, to participate and share your knowledge of skate parks. So thank you for that. But yeah, nothing's been out to bid yet.
Mr. Joy, if I could just make a comment, I did want to let you know too, I have shared the plans that we had from you before with the potential contractors. So we definitely have that, and we'll make sure that that's something that we take a look at for sure. Absolutely.
Okay, if I can.
Hyperion?
No, if I can go on to the Hyperion update. Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. Happy to report that the Perimeter Road Improvement Project now is about 80% complete. The pile driving of those materials is completely done. And the project now the entire project is anticipated to be completed by the early summer. So I think that's finally, we're over the hurdle of the noise and the vibrations. Regarding the status of the expanded abatement order, now we're going over to the treatment plant, which was issued by AQMD back in January. Hyperion has hired 3 consultants to help them comply with the additional conditions. They've also submitted reports to AQMD, including evaluating the chemical scrubber odor control and ventilation systems, the installation of windbreaks and wind flow disruptors along the eastern border of Hyperion. So they're really, at this point, I feel like they're making significant efforts now to respond to AQMD and the abatement order. The next board hearing will be held on June 20th, where again, they'll have to update the progress that they're making, and hopefully significant progress. We'll again have that link and the agenda on our website in advance. One other significant item that took place last week is the city attorney and I met with the new representatives from the LA City Attorney's Office. This is a major milestone for us because we've been trying valiantly to make connections with LA City, and this is really the first time we've been able to make contact with, it happens to be a new city attorney, of course, new mayor in LA, and new council person. So we feel like we're making inroads now with Los Angeles. First meeting with the city attorney's office. The attorney has said that they're providing weekly reports on the progress being made as part of the stipulated order, and they're publishing those reports. I know Elias over in Public Works is reaching out now to make sure we get those reports on a weekly basis. And then also, we're working with them now to create like a spreadsheet on the items that were mandated in the stipulated order so that we can track what they're doing, the progress they're making or lack thereof, the timing of certain things that we, again, can report to the council, to the community. And so now we have a process in place, I think, which we hadn't had before. And then finally, the city attorney's, LA City Attorney's Office is working with us now to create a meeting with the new council person for District 11. Mark, anything else you want to add to that?
No, I think you covered it.
Okay. So that concludes the Hyperion update.
Thank you. Any council comments? I would say if some of these start to come to fruition, having the central point of dissemination from our subcommittee is going to help. When I hear the windbreaks, I think people need to understand that when they get a windbreak, that can cost them their view, right? I mean, there's some non-trivial give and take on these things that I think people need to be prepared for if all of a sudden a giant block of tarpaulin is obscuring their view of the ocean all of a sudden. So
That is a topic that was raised during our meeting, and I've been provided some information, and that's obviously going to require some discussion. There was a prior court order based upon an agreement between the city and the two cities and the height of that plant and what you could see through, if you will, as far as the equipment, and putting up this windbreak would essentially block, portions of that view and whatnot. So we're getting some information about that, and then we'll need to discuss how that's going to be addressed by the city.
So the task force has set a weekly meeting. It's going to be on Mondays. Because of the holiday, we did not get to meet this week, but our first order of business is going to be to assimilate the information and then just push it out so that people are no longer wondering what's happening, if they, direct people to the website or wherever the information can be found. So it's, and I'm happy to say that along with Carol, Tracy Miller-Zarnicki has agreed to help us out with this endeavor. So we're looking forward to getting started on our work.
All right, thank you. Madam Clerk, I have a question before I totally screw up Robert's Rules of Order. And that is item 19, which is slated to be about 7 hours from now, involves members of Arts and Culture. Are we allowed, that lives in council comments, the Arts and Culture Subcommittee piece, are we allowed to move that up in the agenda so they don't fall asleep in the back? No, we have under Councilmember Pierstook's report under 19.
Yeah, you can move it around any way you like.
Okay, so my recommendation would be we do that after consent? Okay. Before we take our third intermission. It's like Gone with the Wind. All right. Procedural motions. Do we have a motion to read all ordinance and resolutions on the agenda by title only?
So moved.
Baldino seconds.
Madam Clerk, roll call vote, please.
Councilmember Baldino.
Aye.
Councilmember Giroux.
Yes.
Councilmember Perstuck.
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Pimentel.
Yes.
And Mayor Boyles.
Yes.
Passes 5-0.
Motion passes. Consent calendar. To make sure we're on our 9-hour pace. Do we have any pulls?
I'd like to pull number 9, please.
Nope. Any other pulls? I will pull items 6 and 8. Sorry, guys. All right, do I have a motion to approve items 3, 4, 5, and 7?
Baldino so moves.
Second.
Madam Clerk, roll call vote.
Yeah, if you guys could please say your last names, that'd be great. Councilmember Baldino.
Baldino says aye.
Councilmember Giroux.
Yes.
Councilmember Perstuck.
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Pimentel.
Yes.
And Mayor Boyles.
Yes.
Over here, so she keep an eye on me.
5-0. I did put you
That's
there,
right.
so keep an eye on you.
Wait, all speak in the third person from here on out. All right, item 6 is a resolution adopting updated records retention schedule. I pulled this item just because there are a few changes on it, and I think that you'll see somewhat thematically through the evening that by virtue of this being a holiday week, we don't get to screen out a lot of our questions on a Monday. So some of these items, at the 1-year mark, we are expunging animal control data on microchipped animals we pulled. Conceivably, someone who's looking for a lost animal may want that data after a year. There are other items on there, and I'm not so sure that this is the venue to dissect this entire schedule, but is it possible for an item like this to move this back to a future agenda so we can address some of these questions with staff administratively?
I just moved to
Do I need a move to continuance for that? Or how do I move that?
I think you just do it by the consensus. It's not a public hearing, so whatever consensus council.
Do I have consensus to kick 6 down the road so I can parse animal control data?
Yes.
Yes.
Thank you very much. In a similar vein, I pulled item 8, the legislative platform. I noted our legislative platform does not include anything on tax policy, infrastructure funding, has some ambiguous statements about offshore oil, asset forfeiture, bail. Some of these things are very contentious items and things that probably warrant further deliberation. I think that it's probably worth a slightly longer preparatory period for that, because we could be here for 6 hours talking about bail. And I don't think we necessarily want to do that. But there are a number of items on here, property tax assessment and how we want our legislators to fight for a greater percentage of that. I just think that some of those, I know it's nitnoid, we don't get a lot of calls on it, but might warrant a slightly more robust discussion, because I think we probably have 5 different opinions on some of these items that are buried in item 74. Is anyone object to me pushing that to another agenda so we can ask questions of staff?
No objection.
No objection.
Very well.
Mayor Pro Tem, hi, it's me on the screen.
Yes.
I apologize I can't be there in person tonight, but you would like a full presentation on the legislative platform? Is that?
I would like, I think that we would be better served if the council members, when they meet with staff, can get some clarification on what some of the individual items are on there. Is there wisdom on including Hyperion measures within our legislative platform, our approach to the airport, all those things that are not addressed? So rather than torture the public and have a discussion about our theories on bail in the airport, I just think it might be worth us being able to do that
On one-on-ones.
in camera. Yeah.
Understood. Yep, okay.
All right, with that, I will close my mouth and turn over item 9 to Councilmember Pierstick.
Yes, I pulled number 9 because I wanted to let everybody know that in our finance subcommittee meeting last week, we had a long conversation about the use of consulting firms in our town. We just want to make sure we're using them wisely and not overusing them. So one of the Daryl George, our city manager, is going to be looking at all of our use of consulting firms throughout the organization in the next upcoming months, so that when we come into the budgetary cycle for the next cycle, he'll be prepared to give us an update on that. So that was really my reasoning for pulling this, because this is once again another contract, and I just want to make sure
Yes.
that there's clarity.
Yes, I did get that message through the Finance Committee. Thank you.
So I'd would like to move to approve item number 9.
Giroux, second.
Madam Clerk?
Councilmember Baldino.
Aye.
Councilmember Giroux.
Yes.
Councilmember Perstuck.
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Pimentel.
Yes.
Mayor Boyles.
Yes.
Madam Clerk, we did not include 10 for 2 reasons. One, it was on the next page, and I forgot to say it. And the other one is that it touches into our ADA implementation policy for that. Do we need to continue that one, or because it has, we got a note from the city attorney today that might modify it, or?
Right, but you should,
We should do it so we
that
keep having these
your
meetings.
Mayor can be up there this evening.
Yep, through the 28th, at
Correct.
which point
Correct.
that's right, on the 1st, he can't be there any longer.
Correct.
All right, I'll move approval on item 10, the resolution allowing continued teleconference public meetings under AB 361.
Yep, Baldino seconds.
Councilmember Baldino.
Aye.
Councilmember Giroux.
Yes.
Councilmember Perstuck.
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Pimentel.
Yes.
And Mayor Boyles.
Yes.
All right.
The measure passes. This time you get to stay on TV. This time. Next time. All right, instead of item 11 to begin our public hearings, we are going to jump ahead to item 19, Councilmember report from Councilmember Pierstick to address the Arts and Culture Committee Finance.
Yes, so the item number is percent of arts development fee program discussion. So in our discussions, I asked, we've had the program in place for 3 years. Is it 3 years? that we've had this, the arts and culture. And, you know, I know we're good, but I know we're not perfect. So I just feel it's a good time to reflect on the motion or the item we put forward and make sure that what we are doing with our development art fee program is actually the right one for our city, and if there's any tweaks that we need to make, so that I just really wanted to understand, you know, what's really happening with it, and should we make some tweaks so that we can continue to adapt it for the betterment of the city. And then the second component was, I just wanted to make sure, one of the things that we had passed before was to kind of put some of the money from the development fee into a long-term funding for bigger projects. But one component of that was to ensure that the Arts and Culture Committee knew that we want them to assign someone from their group for each of the bigger projects at the early stages, so we can make sure that our designs, as we're moving forward, the skate park, as we're moving forward with the teen center, that we have a representative from the Arts and Culture Committee on that committee in the discussion, the early phases of those designs. So we have, the art is actually infused into the design at the beginning of the project.
So I just want to make sure we understand it. It's not that we're looking to take away the funding from the arts and culture. I mean, I know that's not what the idea was. I think what it is, since we put that in place, we have updated development fees, a new business license tax that just came in. So it gets to the point where, okay, are we putting too much of an onus on here? Or do we just need to kind of readdress it? I don't believe we have a cap in on anything at all right now on that. And I just think it's just a matter of just kind of going through it again to see if there's something that we need to adjust, because we don't want businesses walking away from things. So we just want to kind of, I'm guessing that's what the idea is, right?
Correct, yeah. And I know, you know, when we put the fee in place, we were in a different time. And now, you know, with the commercial property, you know, we're heading toward a recession. We need to make sure that the development's not coming to El Segundo because of this fee. Mm-hmm. And we just need to make sure that there's tweaks in there to enable us to continue to build the arts and culture fee for the long term of the city.
Okay. Yes, we will put this on a future agenda, this item.
Okay, yeah, we just need to give, I would love to hear a report back of what, you know, what kind of developments has happened and where the money's coming from. And, you know, have we heard from the Economics Development Group? Are people walking away from El Segundo because of this fee, or has other cities done something different? You know, we can't assume that we were perfect on the first go, and we need to constantly be reevaluating what we put in place so that we are making sure that we're doing the best to bring art into the town.
Yep, got it.
And then I just want to make sure that the Arts and Culture Committee who are here now know that they need to be, we want them to assign someone from their committee for the Parks and Recs redevelopment and the Teen Center redevelopment, the skate park, because we really want to make sure that the art discussion happens at the very beginning of the project. And I know we're a little late on the plunge, but I know we're hopefully expediting that process going forward. And I really want to make sure that we are representative from the Arts and Culture Committee on that discussion, because we should be putting a lot of, you know, the money that we're holding aside from the Arts Fund into big projects like a mosaic mural in the plunge, or I don't know, however they feel would be best suited for the city. But I just want to make sure we're hearing their voices in each of these committees.
Okay.
So, Mr. George, I believe the direction would be just an update on how it's been implemented thus far. You know, how many people are paying the in lieu fee, what they're building, if we're getting input from economic development that has an impact, and then any modifications that you recommend.
We'll put together a comprehensive report on, I know exactly what you're asking for, and we'll put together a comprehensive report, maybe even do some projections moving forward on potential developments and what that would generate coming, you know, in the next few years.
Mr. George, it would be helpful to also know how many people opted for the compromise we made that you can install your own art, as opposed to paying into the fee. It would be helpful to know how many chose that option as well.
Okay. Thank you for that.
I'd like to revisit item 10 now. A comment.
Councilmember Perstick, anything further on that item?
No, that's it. Thank you.
Very well. We will now jump back to item 11 and begin our public hearing. There's a time and place hereto fixed for a public hearing. To waive the first reading and introduce 3 ordinances amending Title 15 of the El Segundo Municipal Code to establish regulations for the state density bonus, transitional and supportive housing, and micro units, and find they are exempt under the California Environmental Quality Act pursuant to CEQA Guidelines Section 15061B3. Because they do not approve any particular development project, they consist only of minor revisions to existing zoning regulations and related procedures, and they do not have the potential for causing a significant effect on the environment. City Clerk, was proper notice of the hearing given in a timely manner?
Yes, it was.
City Clerk, has any written communication been received regarding this public hearing?
No written communication.
The public hearing is now open. Mr. George, who will make the presentation?
Our Community Development Director, Michael Allen.
Thank you, Mr. George.
The floor is yours.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. Good evening, members of the City Council. Tonight's presentation will be headed by Paul Samaras, our Principal Planner, as he loads the presentation. We have 3 primary focus areas tonight, 2 of which are directly responsive to state law, and one is a topic that has a little bit of history in the city's policy documents and facilitated through a study session with the Planning Commission that Paul will go over in greater details. With that, I'll hand it over to Paul.
Before you start, I just want to make a clarification. When you say 2 of these 3 items are responsive to state law, does that mean this because the state passed a law, we have, as a city, are required to adopt this law into our city code?
Yeah, it's a good clarification, council member, and that is accurate, and Paul will outline those 2 particular provisions that is responsive to state law.
Thank you, Mr.
Okay, good evening, Mayor Boyles and fellow council members. The item before you is a package of housing-related ordinances covering the topics of the state density bonus, transitional and supportive housing, and micro-unit regulations. All 3 of these ordinances are intended to implement program number 9 in the recently adopted housing element. With that, I will jump right into the ordinances and try to keep the presentation as short as possible. The first ordinance stems from the state density bonus law, which provides incentives for the construction of more affordable housing. According to current state law, residential developments that provide a minimum percentage of affordable units can receive certain incentives. A density bonus above the permitted density, reduced parking ratios, other reductions in development standards, approval of mixed-use zoning, and other incentives or concessions that reduce the cost of development. The specific percentages of affordable units and the corresponding incentives are included in the text of the state law. In addition, in your packet on page 211, the 4th exhibit in your packet provides a very helpful summary of the state law and those percentages and incentives. The draft ordinance before you is intended to ensure that the El Segundo Municipal Code is consistent with that state law. It creates a new density bonus chapter in the code that primarily references the state law affordability levels and incentives. And it also establishes application procedures for density bonus requests. What applicants must provide city planners, when they're making their requests, their plans, their application material, and details on their request. That is a quick summary of that particular ordinance. I'll move on to the next one, which deals with implementing another recent state law regarding transitional and supportive housing. Transitional housing is intended as temporary or bridge housing for people working towards getting more permanent housing. Supportive housing is more longer term and is intended for low-income persons with disabilities, and some services are provided to the residents in these facilities that are either on-site or off-site. So the state law in this case provides that transitional and supportive housing must be considered a residential use for zoning purposes, the same as other typical residential uses, and they must be subject only to those restrictions that apply to other residential uses in the same zone. This means that the city cannot require any special permits like a conditional use permit, or it can't require any extra standards beyond those that are required for typical residential uses. So the draft ordinance adds certain definitions to the code, and it also adds transitional and supportive housing to the list of permitted uses in the city's residential zones. These changes would bring the municipal code into consistency with current state law and would also implement a program in our recently adopted housing element, as I mentioned earlier. That takes us to the third ordinance before you today.
Paul, can I ask?
Yes.
The change for transitional is just a use, right? They don't get any additional building rights. They have the
Correct.
same building requirements as anyone else in an R1 zone, right?
Correct, yes.
The state is just saying we should open up the R1 to allow these type of transitional uses in the R1.
Yes.
But they aren't getting any additional land use, right?
No.
Okay, thank you.
With regard to the third ordinance before you, it addresses the issue of micro units, or SROs as they used to be called. I will provide a brief background on micro units, and then I'll go into the ordinance itself. So, what are micro units? Well, they are simply smaller residential units that range in size, but are usually smaller than a studio unit that you might find in a typical multifamily residential development. They have limited amenities within each unit and shared amenities within a development that are available to all the residents. Many jurisdictions in California and elsewhere in the U.S. have regulations on micro units. The regulations vary, but they usually cover areas that are listed here in the screen. They cover operational standards such as setting minimum length of stay or maximum limits on occupancy of each unit, zoning standards such as your setbacks and heights and parking, amenities within individual units, and shared amenities, as I mentioned earlier, and also other miscellaneous standards such as location standards where they're permitted, and design, concentration, in some cases affordability, and so on. Now, as was mentioned earlier, state law does not regulate micro units, so the proposed ordinance is different from the previous two that we just described. The purpose and intent behind this ordinance is twofold. Number one, micro units provide another sort of way to provide affordable housing in a city, in a community. And our housing element includes micro units regulations in one of its goals. So adopting regulations would help implement one of the goals in our housing element. The second purpose or intent behind it is that the development of micro units without appropriate regulations can have some negative impacts. So, for example, the city currently does not have a minimum size for residential units. And developers today could actually come in and propose a multifamily development that has very small units with or without necessary, let's say, amenities within each residential unit, essentially dormitory style developments. So the proposed ordinance would establish a minimum size for residential units citywide. Another example is the issue of potential overconcentration of smaller units in parts of the city. So the proposed ordinance would establish a maximum percentage of micro units in any multifamily residential development. In summary, the proposed ordinance provides the opportunity for the development of micro units and affordable housing while looking to set standards that minimize any potential negative impacts. In addition, the ordinance requires development agreements for larger residential developments that include micro units, and that helps ensure that the city will gain community benefits when approving these types of developments. Next, I will go over some of the other standards in the proposed ordinance for you. So operational standards, as I mentioned earlier. There is a requirement in the draft ordinance for an on-site manager for developments over a certain size. A minimum stay of at least 31 days to avoid use as short-term rentals. Maximum occupancy of 2 per unit. Development standards for parking, bicycle parking, the requirement for parking demand studies, if there's any sort of requests for exceptions for parking, from parking standards, and various other zones that would generally be consistent with the underlying standards in the zones where a development might occur. I mentioned amenities earlier. The ordinance would set sort of minimum standards for kitchens and bathrooms and storage within each unit. So each unit will have its own small but at least complete kitchen, minimum amenities and bathrooms, and so on. The ordinance sets common on-site amenities such as private open space, common open space, indoor space that's shared, such as living rooms or multi-purpose rooms for residents in a community, and so on. There are standards regarding the design to sort of make these units more livable. Since they're smaller, taking design into account kind of will help these units be more, let's say, attractive to their residents, more livable.
Can you go back one slide?
Yes.
Just for a moment. Okay, thanks.
Okay. Design, as I mentioned a second ago, and that kind of summarizes the contents of the third ordinance before you tonight. With that, that concludes our presentation. Staff recommends that the City Council open the public hearing, solicit public testimony, waive the first reading, and introduce the 3 ordinances, and schedule a second reading for March 7th. Alternatively, discuss and take any other action related to the item. And we're here to take your questions.
The public hearing is now open for public input.
Mayor Pro Tem, I have a question.
Very well. It's not
Paul,
council discussion, but he can ask a question. We're not in council discussion yet. Go ahead, Mr. Mayor.
Yeah, this is just a question from Paul. I'm just wondering a couple things. What the design guidelines were based on, if we have those with other multifamily developments of different varieties. The other question relates to the on-site manager. Is there precedent with other multifamily unit developments and within our city boundaries that we require an on-site manager? So just clarification on those couple of points. When I say design standards, I was referring more to window requirements and things like that.
Yes, I'll be happy to answer that. With regard to design, because these units are smaller, it sort of makes sense to make them a little bit more livable and to at least feel larger if we make provisions for more natural light in the units. So that's the main intent behind the design standards. And in addition to that, the minimum height of the units as well. So if the square footage in 2 dimensions is small, if you're providing taller ceilings, larger windows with more access to light, that kind of makes it feel larger, makes it a little bit more.
But is that a commonly accepted design standard, or do we arbitrarily come up with that? What's the basis for that recommendation?
Sure. We did research on standards from multiple other cities in California and elsewhere in the U.S. And so we, let's say, borrowed some standards from other cities that have these types of standards for the intent that I just mentioned.
Mr. Mayor, I'm going to hold off on him answering the question about the on-site manager till we get to the council discussion piece, just to see if there's any public input. All right, do I have a motion to close the public hearing?
First, close.
Boyles moved. Boyles second.
Madam Clerk, the roll call.
Councilmember Baldino.
Aye.
Councilmember Giroux.
Yes.
Councilmember Persick.
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Pimentel.
Yes.
And Mayor Boyles.
Yes.
All right, Mr. Samars, you're on the spot to answer the mayor's question regarding on-site management.
Yes. The provision in our ordinance, in the draft ordinance regarding the on-site management is actually just reflective of current state law regarding multifamily residential developments. So it's really mainly informational in nature. So people that are applying for larger development projects that are rental, that they provide an on-site manager when they have at least 16 units in the development.
Thank you. So that we're not requiring they be compensated differently, Mr. Samaras. It's just state statute as the minimum standard for state statute.
That's correct.
Thank you.
So my question is just, can I assume that the recommendations up there have been fully vetted, discussed, planning commission? That's where they feel is the best way to do this, because I'm sure you and your 45 years as the planning commission chair have gone through this a few times.
The planning commission set up a subcommittee with Commissioner Keldorf and Hirschler. It was presented to us. We had questions about it. They took it, worked with staff to come up with some standards, because the idea was if we don't create our own standards, some developer will. So we want to have some control of what this looks like before we allow them into our community. And so they did go through and then it came to planning commission, and now it's before us here. It is also included in our housing plan with the state. And so anything we can do to help appease our overlords in Sacramento, to let them know we're doing everything we said we would do, this helps with that. I have a question, Paul, about locations. This is 1513C2B. The locations are listed as the multifamily residential R3, makes sense. The housing overlay zones, which are also multi-residential. Mixed use overlay zones. But then you have the Pacific Coast Commons specific plan. So the other one is downtown specific plan.
Yeah.
So the Pacific Coast Commons is the large development on PCH, correct?
Yes,
And that's already come through and been approved, right?
that's correct.
And all we had were kind of the architectural renderings and kind of a ballpark idea. We basically gave them some development standards for which to go build to, right?
Well, it was a little bit more than that, if I may.
Sure.
The council approved a specific plan that did exactly what you described, set sort of the standards and the design guidelines. But their application that was before you also had a site plan review component. So there was more specifics about a specific development. So if I can maybe address the question that you have, it basically, in theory, if the developer wanted to make changes to their plans, they could come back to the city and say, well, we want to do smaller units, and kind of go through the process again, So that's what including that specific plan in the permitted locations would do. So if the developer wanted to make changes to their project, they could submit another site plan review application and kind of show us what the revised plans look like, and we can reconsider that.
If that were to happen, would that just be over the counter, or would that come through planning commission?
It would come through the public hearing process, yeah.
Okay, but if they weren't listed here, they could always ask for that once we pass requirements on micro units, right? I'm just concerned, the other ones are just, R3 zone, downtown plan. It covers a broad area. This is already a specific plan that we negotiated, got public benefit for. There was concerns about parking. We need a parking program for the entire west side of our town. It's only gotten worse. So I'm concerned about lumping them in without having an ability to reopen negotiations or discussion about the other impacts for the neighbors. So I'm wondering if that's really necessary, because I feel like once we adopt this, then they can always come back to us and ask, right, can we have some smaller units?
Yes.
I don't want to give a right away without having a discussion about that development right, if that makes sense.
Yes, council member, you would have, the development agreement for the project is really tied to the site plan review, the actual development project, not to the specific plan approval necessarily. So you would be able to reopen that negotiation on the development agreement. But it does not make it necessary to permit micro units in that specific plan. So if you and the council desire not to include that, we'll be happy to make that change in the ordinance.
I just don't want what we decide tonight to tie our hands when we have that conversation later.
That's right. We wouldn't be necessarily at risk of any sort of ministerial approval of hey, we chopped up micro units, this many of them are affordable, hence we're going, instead of 450 units, we have 650 units.
Right, we would not, because of this micro unit issue, no, we would not have our hands tied. Is that what you said, sir?
Same.
Yeah.
Yeah, can I, this is Mayor Boyles, I have a comment and a question. First comment is, I remember when Lionel actually came before everyone on council, probably separately with this project, this one being Pacific Coast Commons specifically, I actually explicitly encouraged them to look at micro units. I don't know why we're viewing this as a bad thing. I understand the parking concerns, but we've also got on our strategic plan to understand and mitigate parking current concerns throughout the city. We've heard for the last 6.5, 7 years that we have a major affordability gap in our city. We've got people that I've grown up with whose kids, grown up with their kids who cannot afford to stay in town, and micro units represent an opportunity for people to actually stay in town. I don't view it as a bad thing. We're way behind. New York, Chicago have had micro units for decades, and my son lives in one in Chicago. So I don't really know why we're looking at creating some barriers, if you will, to these becoming a reality. So that's my first comment. And the question for you, Paul, is what outreach did we do to developers? I see, for example, CDC being represented in the room, and they have Pacific Coast Commons. What outreach did we do developers with developers specifically? I know when we talk about affordability and how difficult it is to actually execute on housing, affordable housing projects in California, there's much dialogue with developers. So I'm just curious to what extent we had a dialogue with the developers in terms of some of our design standards. Are these feasible, realistic, practical to get these things built?
If I may, we do not have a specific sort of interaction with local developers when it comes to the micro unit standards. What we did is did research on accepted standards and standards that work in other jurisdictions in California and other parts of the country, and we picked what made sense for the city. And then in conjunction with the Planning Commission, who are, let's say, our local experts, they helped staff kind of fashion the ultimate result that you see before you. So I hope that answers
I
your
appreciate
question.
that. With all due respect, the planning commissioners, I don't think any of them are building these multifamily units with the exception of maybe one, and specifically micro units. So my concern would just be that these become impractical barriers to getting micro units built. Do you feel like you've sufficiently addressed that? Maybe my concerns will be diminished, but I don't know why I wouldn't have talked to the builder community.
We believe so, but obviously we want to hear from you and from the developers when they see this. And if we identify issues when or if we implement this, we are very flexible and we can adjust if needed.
I think it's great staff's being proactive and trying to get their hands around something that we don't have any requirements for. My concern about the specific plan is that I believe that's something that's separately negotiated. And so my motion would be to remove that from this application of micro units. If the developer wants to have a conversation, great, we can have that conversation. But I would prefer that this gets amended to remove the Pacific Coast Commons specific plan and have the micro unit go for the R3, the overlays, and the downtown specific plan. I don't know if I have consensus for that. I think we know the mayor's against that, but.
I think there's room for further discussion.
No, I'm actually going to concur with you because I also believe that if they would like to make that change, they can come to us and ask us and we can have that negotiation. I just don't want to give something away that we don't have to give away, and I'd rather have the conversation. So I'm going to concur with Mr. Palladino.
Yeah, similar. I don't think anybody here is kind of up against this concept of the microhousing. I think it's just a matter of, if I'm understanding all this correctly, we just need to put a set of guidelines in there. Everything after that is pretty much negotiable. But if we don't have something in there, then we have no jumping off point. And I think your question is valid about how to make it a little bit more concise.
Well, understand that we are giving away land use rights as a matter of right. If you have under 25% or something, there is a requirement for development agreement if you deviate from the standards that we're approving here. But once we approve this, anyone who wants to build and meets these standards will be able to build. So that's fine, and that's great that we've got these requirements and we're talking about parking and bicycles and everything else. But just understand that once we approve this and amend our our code, someone will be able to build this as a matter of right. My concern is, like I said, I think for the plan we've already approved, this should not be included. That doesn't mean we can't have a conversation about it, but I just don't think after we negotiate a development deal, we then add more to it or give more away, or however you want to describe it.
Agreed.
I have a question. In the housing overlays in our postulated housing plan to the state, which is not yet agreed on, right? That's not done and dusted. We have a few new housing overlays, and some of which are in some pretty complicated areas, right? There's one right off of Mariposa that conceivably, right, that didn't we overlay one just by the Lutheran Church? Or not by the Lutheran Church, pardon me, by the Mormon Church?
That was removed in a
removed.
later version of the plan, yes.
Okay. Then I'm not sure I'm kind of like always, I wish it was a map. Are any of the current, I should say, any of the current housing overlays within totally ensconced in the R1 zone?
No, sir.
No longer. Okay, they're the ones off of Franklin. Got it. Okay, that was my only concern. If that one spot was there, we
The
put
only
micro
other
units.
area was the area where S&S Hardware is.
Yep.
Just off of Center and Grand. That part was part of the overlay as well.
Well, in the Moose, there's several areas, but they're located predominantly in the R2, R3.
Yeah, that's R2 and R3. So I'm fine with that. That was my only concern that existed. So if I have, Mr. Mayor, do you have further comment?
No, thank you for asking.
So I think our only point that we may not have consensus on is whether or not to strike Pacific Coast Commons, to amend this to remove Pacific Coast Commons from approval for the micro unit piece. And I don't know that we vote on that. It seems like we have three. Mr. Mayor would be a no, keep as is. I would be a no, keep as is. So we have three. Is it possible to amend it to remove that? Because we have three people in favor of amending it and removing that specific plan from this.
Yes, I mean, yes, if that's the direction, then that would be removed, and then there'd be the first reading without including that language.
All right, so we would not be able to waive the first reading. We would have to have a first reading.
Well, we waive reading the entire thing, it's just reading the title. So deleted from that would be the Pacific Coast Commons language, and then we would read it by title to get introduced by one of you this evening, and then second read would be on March 7th.
All right, and City Attorney, do you want to read the ordinance by title only?
Before you do that, I just want to, there's one other thing I just wanted to talk
please.
about. You know, you mentioned about the ADUs, not ADUs, but the short-term rentals, that they have to be for 31 days or more. What's the mechanism that we're going to put in place to manage that? Because one of the things we had talked about not long ago is extending the whole short-term rental contract or ordinance. And it was supposed to come back to us with some additional findings because we felt that the data wasn't comprehensive. So I just want to know what's the management component of that, because if we don't have something in place, you know, these could basically turn into hotels, and, you know, I just want to make sure that, you know, we say, okay, 31 days, but what is the management component of that?
I'll go ahead and reply. The pilot program was extended for 12 months, if the council recalls, and so we are gearing up to come back to council before the expiration of that 12 months with the additional data. But the management of ensuring that short-term rentals are not leased, that unlicensed short-term rentals don't go unobserved and unenforced, and that otherwise units are not leased for less than 30 days without obtaining the proper short-term rental permit. We utilize two two applications, one being Granicus, the other being HDL, who run server searches across the web, primarily on Airbnb and VBRO, and they print out or they provide a regular report that we have access to that provides the listings for us. and the number of days that they're listed for, and then we proceed with enforcement action when the certain triggers are hit. If we see that somebody's leasing for less than or renting for less than 30 days, but they don't have the proper permit, or they do have the proper permit and they're otherwise violating the ordinance.
Yeah, and multifamily is not eligible.
And that's true. That's a good point. The multifamily, which this would be applicable, is not eligible. However, that doesn't stop folks from trying, and so that would be the mechanism we use in the multifamily or corporate-owned properties.
All right, City Attorney, would you like to read the first ordinance by title only?
Yes, an ordinance adding chapter 15-35, density bonus to the El Segundo Municipal Code is ready for introduction. Again, just takes one individual, one council member to introduce.
Who will introduce the ordinance?
Baldino will move.
So this will be brought back for potential second read and adoption on March 7th. Next is an ordinance amending Title 15 of the El Segundo Municipal Code to permit transitional and supportive housing in residential zones, ready for introduction.
Who will introduce the ordinance?
Persick, so moved.
And that will be brought back at the March 7th meeting for potential second read and adoption.
City Attorney, you will now read the third ordinance by title only, less the stricken amendment.
An ordinance adding chapter 15-13C, micro units to El Segundo Municipal Code Title 15 to implement the 2021 through 2029 El Segundo housing element is ready for introduction.
Who will introduce the ordinance?
Giroux, so moved.
And this will be brought back at the March 7th council meeting for potential second read and adoption.
Very well. Thank you all very much. Thank you, Mr. Samaras. All right. Now, to keep this in our spirit of core curriculum math, we will move to item 15, the annual comprehensive financial report for fiscal year ending June 30th. This is moved forward to accommodate our consultant, who is on Zoom. Mr. Lilio, the floor is yours.
All right, good evening, Mayor Boyles, Mayor Pro Tem Pimentel, City Council members. The item before you is the annual comprehensive financial report for fiscal year end June 30, 2022. A representative from the city's independent external audit firm, Clifton Larson Allen, will give a brief presentation. I believe Tiffany Fung, the audit manager, is here virtually. Hi, Tiffany. You should have access to share your screen.
Yes, I do. Okay, give me 1 second. Okay, I believe the presentation is up. Is that correct?
Yes.
Yep.
Okay. All right. Good evening, Mayor and members of the council. I'm Tiffany Fung, manager with CLA. I'll make a short presentation on the results of the audit, and then I'll be happy to answer any questions that you might have. So the scope of our services for fiscal year ended June 30th, 2022 was to audit the city's annual financial statements in accordance with auditing standards generally accepted in the United States and government auditing standards. We were also engaged to perform a single audit of the city's federal grant expenditures under the Uniform Guidance, which we are currently in the process of completing. In addition, we performed agreed upon procedures on the calculation of the city's GAN appropriation limit, and we also compiled the city's state controller's report. So for the audit of the city's financial statements, we issued an independent auditor's report, which I will briefly go over some of the key points. The report this year is structured a little bit differently. The order of the information is presented has changed, and that's just due to a new auditing standard that we were required to implement. The report now begins with our opinion and the basis for our opinion. So we believe that the financial statements For the audit of the city's financial statements, we did issue an unmodified opinion, which is the highest level of opinion. And it means that we believe the financial statements present fairly in all material respects the financial position and changes in the financial position of the city as of June 30th, 2022. We believe the audit evidence that we've obtained is sufficient and appropriate to provide a basis for our audit opinion. We also reported a change in accounting principles this year as the city was required to implement GASB 87 on leases as of July 1st, 2021, but that did not have an effect on our opinion. So the auditor's report also states that that management is responsible for the preparation and fair presentation of the financial statements, and our responsibility as the auditors is to obtain reasonable assurance about whether the financial statements as a whole are free from material misstatements. So there's also additional verbiage stating that management is required to evaluate whether there is substantial doubt about the city's ability to continue as a going concern for the next 12 months. So this is language that's required to be in the report now under the new auditing standard, even though the city is not in a position of substantial doubt. So lastly, in accordance with government auditing standards, we have also issued a report on our consideration of the city's internal controls over financial reporting and on compliance and other matters. So we did not have any internal control findings this year. We've also issued a letter to the council at the conclusion of our audit, which I'll summarize. The letter states that management is responsible for the selection and use of appropriate accounting principles, which are described in Note 1 to the financial statements. No one further describes the change in accounting principles related to leases. The accounting estimates are an integral part of financial statements, and they are determined by management. The most sensitive estimates reported on the financial statements include information related to the city's pension and other post-employment benefit plans, as well as the city's claims payable liability. Because we have reviewed and determined the estimates were reasonable in relation to the financial statements taken as a whole. We did not encounter any significant difficulties during our audit, and we did not have any disagreements with management. There were no uncorrected misstatements, and we did not have any audit adjustments. Management has made certain representations to us in the letter dated January 24th, 2023 related to the audit. And lastly, to our knowledge, management did not consult with any other accountants regarding auditing and accounting matters. That concludes my short presentation, so I'd be happy to answer any questions.
This is just more technical, Widget. We are looking way back in time with some of these. When did that GASB transition was a decade ago, wasn't it? When did we change the accounting methodology?
It seems like GASB is on a roll, and they're issuing new pronouncements every year now. And so GASB 87, which Tiffany referenced, that was implemented this accounting period.
Very well. I just felt like I feel like I've been hearing that term for 1,000 years. It's gone crazy.
We have new pronouncements that have to be implemented next year as well, which are going to change some things. So.
Okay. Ignore everything else I say then.
One thing I do want to point out, Mayor Pro Tem, is about 6 years ago, when I first got here, there were 20 findings, and we've dwindled those down. Last year was the first year.
Last year?
Last year, 0. 0 findings last year, and then 0 this year. So I think it was 2 years ago we had 2 findings.
And so just so we're all clear, when you're talking about financial audits, you don't want to have any findings, right?
Yeah,
so
that
the
is
fact
correct.
that report was so short and to the point saying we worked well and everything's great, that's exactly what we want to hear out of these audits.
Absolutely.
Well, good job.
Congratulations to you and your team.
Yep. Thank you.
All right, anything further on this item? All right, there's a receive and file. Do we have consensus to receive and file?
Yes.
All right, very well. We will do some more moving around to see how confused I could get in my stack of papers.
Mayor Pro Tem, can I ask for a 5-minute comfort break?
All right, Mr. Mayor, we're going to step out for 5 minutes. We will be back here. Time now is 8 o'clock, 8:05.
Is that what we're calling it now?
Yes, we'll move item.
All right, the time is 8:06. We are reconvening, and we'll be moving up item 16. There's a 2-acre land dedication offer by CDC Mar East Campus 1 LLC to the city of El Segundo. Mr. City Manager, who will report on this item?
Yes, our Community Development Director, Michael Allen, will present this item.
Okay.
Sir.
Thank you, Mr. George. Mayor Pro Tem, members of the City Council, before you tonight is a consideration. Staff is requesting direction on one or two alternatives. The first alternative is to direct staff to reject an offer. Second is to conduct further due diligence if the City Council is considering pursuing this interest. And so the 2-acre land dedication offer by CDC Mar, as the Mayor Pro Tem just mentioned, is a result of the entitlement process that the Chargers facility went through and the Second Amendment to the development agreement that is tied to the Raytheon South Campus specific plan in general. During the public hearings in December of 2021, during deliberation, the applicant proposed this dedication of approximately 2 acres, as you see on the screen before you, which it runs along the eastern boundary of the Raytheon campus, just east of the Green Line, or also known as the Metro C line, that runs through the city. Just for another perspective, there it is. I just wanted to superimpose the subject area. It's not exact or to scale, but this is the approximate 2 acres overlaid with the aerial. You'll see that most of the 2 acres is predominantly underneath the Metro C line, with the widest portion on the northern end at approximately 160 feet, 30 feet on the narrowest on the far north end, and 95 feet at the southern end of the 2-acre stretch. So tonight, staff is asking City Council to give us direction to either reject the offer, or if there was interest in pursuing the acceptance of this offer, staff believes that it would be helpful for us to do a little bit additional due diligence, including a phase 1 study, pull the full title report, and conduct any analysis so that we can formulate a better recommendation for City Council. Without anything else to add, I'm happy to answer any questions, or I know Mr. Hensley might have some additional context, or can answer questions as well.
Questions if needed.
Can I ask, there isn't any parking next to this land, right?
There is parking associated with the Metro line. I don't have a laser, but immediately next to the northern 30-foot wide access off of El Segundo Boulevard, there is parking there that has direct access to the Metro line.
Has Ali Mancini or anyone from the Parks and Rec Commission said that there could be some beneficial use to the city for this strip of land?
We haven't gone that far in analysis because we just don't know. We don't know the environmental considerations or any other factors that could impact an analysis. And so if we were interested in doing that, we'd certainly want to do a deeper dive into at least a phase 1 and at least the title reports to get a better understanding of what we would be accepting.
Okay, I mean, let me give a little background of why this is before us now. This came to fruition after the Planning Commission reviewed the development agreement with the Chargers. The Planning Commission approved the deal for the Chargers, but said because Raytheon was not acknowledging the obligation for the 7.5 acres of parkland, that the entire project could go forward, but Raytheon would not get their building permit until they told us what they would do with respect to honoring the obligation on the development agreement. And the way the development agreement was written, they could either tell us where these 7.5 acres of parkland would be, or they could negotiate some equal compensation for that development agreement. So when it came to City Council, that was the recommendation. Before it came to City Council, I believe Mar Ventures called and said, if you want land, we have this 2.5 acres that we can include. So this was given to us not by Raytheon, but by Mar Ventures, I think as an offering to help with our issue of not having enough park space. The problem with this land is I don't think it'll be used or can be used for Little League or soccer because of its weird kind of layout, it being next to the Metro and underneath the Metro. To me, I would encourage us to reject this offer because all we're going to be doing is watering and mowing this grass. And I would hate to think of the maintenance obligations being next to the metro and it's so far away from residential. I just don't see a public benefit. I just see an obligation to maintain. So that would be my 2 cents.
Listen, I'd like to weigh in with some Boyles. Can you hear me? Chris, can you hear me? Mayor,
Loud and clear.
Mayor Pro Tem. I don't think this precludes Raytheon. I feel like the next phase of the development agreement will require them green space. I don't think this is an either or, and I'd love for staff to clarify that because I remember it differently that they still are required to provide green space with the next phase that's unlocked of land. So if that's the case, then I would definitely lean in favor of this. I can tell you that industrial land, if developable, and this is clearly not the same premium of land given its configuration, but has gone for as much as $5 million an acre in LA County. So call this a $5 to $10 million value of land. Maybe it's not a park. Maybe it's a mountain bike loop. Maybe it's a dog walking park. Maybe it's a public yard. Even at 30 feet wide, you could do something with this land. I just can't imagine, as long as this does not meet the requirement that Raytheon had in their development agreement to give us green space, which I still want clarification from staff. I don't know why we would turn down essentially a gift of land for a $15,000 due diligence price tag roughly to go through and make sure that it's clean from a phase one and maybe further environmental review because you just don't hear of cities or counties giving land up ever. And here we have an opportunity to get land. And again, I don't think it needs to be parked necessarily. I'm sure we could find something for it, even with the metro running overhead. So I would love Daryl or Mark to weigh in on the development agreement. As I recall, there's still another requirement for green space coming with the next phase of land that's unlocked. Can you clarify that for us?
Yeah, that's correct. What occurred at the prior hearing process was that the requirement for the parkland, if you will, was triggered by, it was a relatively small amount of property that they were going over that trigger. And so the council agreed to move that trigger back, if you will, and it would come into the next phase. So this land is not in lieu of that parkland. Now, with regard to using it for some other use other than park, I'd have to look at that because it was dedicated as open space parkland. But with that said, I think I answered your questions.
So I have a comment on that. So what's the market value of that land right now? If you're going to put it on the market right now, for sale sign right there, what would it be worth? They know.
I couldn't answer the question. Maybe when there's public comment.
But I know the gentlemen are here from CDC Mar Ventures. Is there a ballpark on what kind of market value that would be? So it's basically just excess land at this point, meaning that there's no, meaning we couldn't take it and just flip that into make money and be able to put that money into capital improvement projects or whatever it is. Not necessarily. Because I do agree that on one end that taking this on is going to be an awful lot of money when all is said and done. But I also understand the mayor's point where, you got some space here, it's in LA County, and there's some value to it. So I guess I would be a little bit in favor of studying it more from the prospects of what is it actually worth to us?
Well, when you say flipping the land, just
sell it.
Should be clear on that. It's being dedicated as parkland to the city.
Dedicated as parkland.
Right, and so there are restrictions on selling parkland. First of all, I'd have to look at that.
So it's a gift with a handcuff.
And then second, it would have to go through the surplus land process if you want to sell it, which means you have to offer that to affordable housing authorities, and it has to go through a whole process to be able to be sold. I'm not saying you can't do that. I'm just saying under the current state of law, there would be some issues that would need to be reviewed And when we can review those, I just wanted to make that clear.
So it's the gift that keeps on giving.
Again, there's just processes that would have to be gone through. And when I did not look at it from perspective of the city accepting and potentially flipping it for some other use, I did not review it for that purpose.
I'd throw in that I think it's worth finding out what the different encumbrances on this might be. If the Green Line extension goes through, even if they try to make the Green Line 3-car trains, to do that, they have to extend the platforms, have to put in power generation substations. Those have to go somewhere. So I don't know. I mean, land use is not my baby. I mean, the first person to say that. But if there is an easement that we give permanent easement to Metro if they want to put an extend the platform and use it that way, or if there's something else we could possibly use this for, I think as green space, it has a host of problems. Particularly close to a transit stop, we would spend a lot more time policing and watering that area than maybe actually getting good park usage out of. But that said, I think it's worth figuring out if there are things that we can do with it that might be of utility to us or to someone else who's around there. I mean, like anyone who's ever tried to go to Coral Circle knows how little parking there is there. So if there is any sort of piece of complexity there, so I think it's worth looking at. But then again, I'm a little bit deferential because, land use and its intricacies are not my front door business.
So, I'm also concerned about the management and the maintenance of a park. Our current parks are not in the best shape as we speak for our residents, and we've just, finally have some money that we can actually infuse into some capital improvement projects. So for us to take this and then infuse money in an area that we don't have residents in would be, not the best use for our residents. My only thought, is there a bike lane that you could put through there? But my question then would be, can we look into a little bit, or can we just push it down the road a little bit further and maybe not make a decision on it anytime soon, but just kind of reevaluate later? Or is the gift like a short term, like, do we have to make a decision by a certain time from
They've made the offer of dedication. I mean, it's been sort of informal, but at some point in time, they could set the clock and trigger a time frame on that. Now, I suspect that given the parties we're dealing with, that they're, probably not going to push that issue, or we get some extension of time to deal with it if the council wants to look at it. I mean, at first thing, a title report, if the council really wants to look at potential uses, I mean, a title report's a good place to start. We have no idea what easements are there already, limitations on uses. Because it's east of PCH, we know a number of properties have easements on them based upon some of the other large landholders in town. So, that at a minimum, I mean, if that's not that expensive to get a title report. I don't know how many different parcels that is actually, but that would probably be a good place to start if the council wants to spend some time looking at this. And maybe a phase one, which is really taking a historical look at what the uses were there, and firm goes in and basically determines whether a phase two is necessary, and whether that means drilling down and taking samples of soil and whatnot to see what's there. And they look historically what was there around there to see, what the likelihood of some contamination being in the soils.
I just think this is a problem we don't need right now. So I'm going to have to flip over to rejecting it.
Just want to make one comment because I know you can't see me on video, or you can, but you probably don't know when I want to speak. I think the city attorney said it best. We don't even know what we can do with this land, and we're going to give back 2 acres of land. Did I hear that right? That we're actually considering that? I can't fathom that. We don't know what's possible with 2 acres of land, which is highly valuable, even with this configuration and with the restrictions. There are conservation easements and all kinds of things you can do with dedicated green space. I just can't imagine that we wouldn't spend $15,000 the way that we spend money on far less important things to understand what the value of this land is. So I'm going to that's my last plea for, a plea of reason to spend the $15,000 to understand what the value of this potential asset is for the city.
I tend to agree. I think the title report will tell us this whole land may be encumbered by an easement for Metro that doesn't allow us to use it for anything. But until we find out, we really don't know. Looking at this configuration, can't see how it would benefit the residents. It's not like, what is that, an aviation? We want to do like a green belt and make it look prettier. It's already just grass, right? So unless there's some use to this, then I don't see why we'd move forward. But if you want to spend $15,000 to find out what's possible, that's a conversation I'm willing to have. So I'm okay with option B here about conducting the further due diligence, even with my reservations, just so we can have a more educated conversation next time it comes back.
Agreed. Do we have a motion?
Well, so moved. Option 2.
Option B, right?
That's for
Option.
directing staff to conduct further due diligence, including a phase 1 and/or phase 2 environmental study, analysis of full title report, and potential operation and maintenance costs. But starting with the title report, is that an accurate restatement of the motion?
That is indeed. Thank you.
Do we have a second from Councilmember Pierstick? Oh,
I'll go. Drew, second.
Madam Clerk, we have a motion on the floor.
Councilmember Baldino?
Aye.
Councilmember Giroux?
Yes.
Councilmember Perstuck?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Pimentel?
Yes.
Mayor Boyles?
Yes.
5-0 passes.
Very well. Item 16 passes, which brings us back to 12.
It's all making sense. It's all coming
This
together.
is like a Mel Brooks movie. All right. Item 12, a side letter agreement between the City of El Segundo and the El Segundo Supervisory and Professional Employees Association. Our HR Director, Ms. Reddick, you are here to present.
Thank you, Mayor and members of the council. The item that I have for you tonight is a side letter between the city and the Supervisory Employees Group. It is an agreement to begin 1% retirement cost sharing for the Tier 1 Classic CalPERS employees. The prior MOU, which is now expired, had this cost sharing provision in it. However, it was never implemented. So because the MOU is expired, we were required by CalPERS to make a side letter so that we can start the contract amendment process. And so if this is approved this evening, we will begin withholding the deductions from employees to implement the cost-sharing agreement. And then I will be back before you a couple more times with CalPERS contract amendment documents.
Thank you, Ms. Reddick. Are there any questions? So there's 2 items before us, one to approve the letter and then a second item to adopt a resolution. I think this speaks really highly of our HR department and particularly with that bargaining group's ability to work together constructively. So thank you for that. So with that, I will move approving the side letter agreement between the City of El Segundo and SPIA.
Second.
Motion from Pimentel, second from Pierstick.
Councilmember Baldino?
Aye.
Councilmember Giroux?
Yes.
Councilmember Perstuck?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Pimentel?
Yes.
And Mayor Boyles?
Yes.
5-0.
Thank you.
And would anyone like to move adopting the resolution?
Want me to read that first?
You can.
Okay.
I'm reading it right here. It looks great.
A resolution adopting a side letter agreement between the member of the City Supervisory and Professional Employees Association and the City of El Segundo to share the cost of the employer contribution pursuant to Government Code Section 20516 is ready for adoption.
Pimentel will move approval.
Giroux, second.
Councilmember Baldino?
Aye.
Councilmember Giroux?
Yes.
Councilmember Perstuck?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Pimentel?
Yes.
And Mayor Boyles?
Yes.
Resolution passes 5-0.
All right. On to item 13. Hold on to your hats. Fiscal year 2022 and 23 mid-year citywide budget report
recommended adjustments and resolution to establish basic salary ranges for the human resources analyst and utilities superintendent classifications. Now, for the council, there are 6 amendments to this. If we agree on all of them, we can take all the amendments at once. But first, there's Mr. Lilio is here to present.
Yeah, if I can open up this item, Mayor Pro Tem.
You are throwing my script off.
Oh, is that what the script said? Sorry about that.
Start over. Item 11.
No, it's okay.
Mr. George, the floor is yours.
No, just a few opening comments before turning it over to our finance director for the details on the mid-year. Actually, I would like to start with thanking Joe and his staff, along with all the department heads, for all their input into this mid-year report. A lot of meetings went into this, a lot of discussions back and forth, as well as I'd like to thank the finance committee, who we all met with last week in a pretty lengthy dialogue over the foundation of the mid-year. So I want to thank them for their input also. A couple things. You'll note that the revenues are up. That's the good news. But I do caution that at this point because, as we know, inflation has been playing havoc with the economy right now in terms of elevating tax returns and so forth. And in addition, we continue to read about a possible recession, and expenses are going up. And so, again, putting a little caution on those revenues in terms of what potentially could lie ahead. Our capital improvement budget continues to grow, and I just put that out there as we also gear up for our next year 23-24 budget. And but I also want to compliment the staff on holding the line for the most part in this mid-year report. Some of these the budgets are very tight and lean that you'll see. Also, you'll see this evening a number of personnel items that will make up Joe's report. We've all spent a lot of time in our executive team meetings and individual one-on-ones with each of the department heads that I've been working with to kind of take a really hard look at their organizational structure within those departments. Are there areas where we need to close some gaps? Are there areas where we need to tweak positions to more align with being able to provide quality service and or project management in certain areas, and really how to make their teams more productive and better set up to provide excellent service. So you'll see a number of personnel moves that we're asking for you to consider this evening. And in light of that, I've asked each of the departments to include a updated organizational chart for each of the departments, so I think you'll see that too this evening. And then finally, as I said, this mid-year is kind of a prelude to the upcoming 23-24 budget process and the adoption. We continue to review staffing levels. We will have a strategic planning session towards the end of March between the council and the department heads to talk about, have we met those goals and objectives in this current, this past year under the strategic plan that was adopted a year ago. And then the ultimate good news too in the report, and I'm not trying to steal your thunder, Joe, but we've actually gone from a 28% reserve up to a 33% reserve, which is fantastic news. And I know we here in the city, or you as a council, have always been, holding on a benchmark of 20% reserve. So we're significantly above that, which is really a good way to, at this point, to look at our mid-year. And again, compliments to everyone on the staff and the council for your leadership and direction on this budget. So with that, I'll turn it over to Joe.
All right. Good evening, Mayor Boyles, Mayor Pro Tem Pimentel, City Council members. As I'm going through this, please feel free to stop me. I plan to get through this hopefully within 15 minutes, but we'll see. I'm optimistic.
Do we still have the police in here? You tested.
Before I begin, I do want to point out there are two typos. So one correction is on your page 264. So page 264 of the agenda, the table references fiscal year 21-22. That should say fiscal year 22-23 on that table. The second typo is on page 265, so the very next page. Right in the very top, under the Public Works heading, there's a number there on the second line. It's a $125,00. It's missing the third zero. So that should say 125,000. So two typos I do want to point out from the beginning. Okay, we'll start off with a look at the general fund, starting with the general fund revenues. So again, this is a snapshot of the first 6 months going from July 1st, 2022 through December 31st, 2022. So I do have the categories lined up from the highest budgetary to the lowest budgetary revenue. Let's just focus first on the bottom line. So one, we have budgeted $81,750,000 for the year in revenue. We collected through December 31st, $29.8 million. That is $6.5 million more than last year for that same measurement period. So that's good news. And then I'll touch on some of the key items that caused that increase of $6.5 million. Sales and use tax. About $1.8 million more than last year. And some of the main driving factors are higher gas prices. So the city collects the 1% Bradley Burns on gas. So when that goes up, our sales tax increases from that. Topgolf. So on their sales of beverages and food, that's taxed. We actually saw a huge increase due to that. That has nothing to do with our agreement. So that's above and beyond the lease agreement. We have a new, during this period, we had a new company, Rivian Auto, come into town and operate. It's not auto sales, but they fix and repair Rivian vehicles, which are electric trucks, and any parts, components that are sold there, sales tax on that. We saw a huge increase from that. And then just general B2B sales. Businesses that are maybe adding increase in or new equipment like Chevron, Raytheon, Boeing. The next item, transit occupancy tax. We saw an increase of about $565,000 from the prior year, and our occupancy rates continue to increase, which is good. We're still not where we were pre-pandemic, pre-COVID. So we're about right now low to mid 80s, depending on what month you look at. Pre-COVID, we were 90, 91%. So not quite there yet, but we're almost there. Next one I wanted to focus on, number 6, utility user tax. We had a gentleman here earlier today during public comment from the gas company. So the UUT, which here in El Segundo is only on businesses. We don't have a UUT on residents. We have a 3% UUT on gas, electric, water, and then it's 2.5% on telephone. But all those commodity prices have increased. So there's increases in
and we can expect to see a
gas bills.
A significant number on that in the next reporting period because it'll be inclusive of January with the quintuple rate.
Yes, yes. So, and I do have an adjustment that I'll touch on in a subsequent slide. Let's see what else do we have. Going down to number 12, license and permits. Our building permits have increased more than what we anticipated. Number 13, interest and rental income. So that is where our Topgolf lease is recorded. That is $1.3 million a year, and they do send monthly payments. So that first 6 months, $650,000 increase is due to the Topgolf lease. And then, of course, interest rates. Matt, our wonderful treasurer, and his investing income, his interest income has increased as well. So this is just a snapshot of all those revenue sources you saw on the previous page, and it talks about the timing. Not all the revenues come in every month the same, so some are very cyclical. And for an example, our business license tax, we get December through January, that's it. Property tax, we get 4 months out of the year. And then other revenue sources are monthly. So that this is really there for the constituents to see and see how our revenues flow. So I'm not going to go over this unless anyone has a specific question on Okay, so revisions to the general fund revenues. I'll just touch on the revisions real quick. Sales tax.
Joe, one quick question on the revenue. Is it typical for this 6 months for us is 36% of our revenue received, is that typically where we are because business license hasn't come in?
Yes, business license, property tax. So
I mean, because some people look at this and say, these all should be 50% because we're halfway through the year. But in
Right.
terms of our typical cash flow, that's not, that's what
correct.
this represents.
And that's what this explains. So just quick, what you're talking about, our business license tax, while we start collecting it in December, we don't get the bulk of it until January. So that's not included here. Property tax, that's December, January, and then April and May. So you only have 1 month in here. So the first 3 to 4 months of city's revenue, so July, August, September, are what I'll call dry months. Very, very lean on the revenues, high on the expenditures, and then starts ramping up with revenues after that. Okay. So overall, we're anticipating almost 2.2 million more than what we budgeted. So going from 81.8 million to 83.9 million. Sales tax increase of 1,650,000. TLT increasing by 1,460,000. UUT 162. That could be a little bit higher depending what happens here, but that's what we're anticipating right now. Franchise tax, which is kind of a component of the UUT, 200,000. License and permits, 100,000, and fines and forfeitures. So code fines have increased quite a bit, 65,000 in code fines.
Do we need to be concerned about that? Are we doing something different, or is it for our fines and forfeitures? I mean, that's a significant overage. Are we going to have a bunch of angry people here with torches and pitchforks soon, or?
I think we probably already would have seen that because that's been each month.
I mean, that's a significant overage.
From a dollar amount, it's not, but yes, from a percentage amount, it is, yes.
Just curious. We've never seen. I mean, that those are maybe historic numbers from my time here.
Mr. Allen's group has been busy. Now, the two items I want to touch on that we're seeing a decrease: the business license tax. So, for instance, we don't have Best Buy in town anymore, and so we need to extrapolate that out. And there's been several businesses that have decreased their headcount.
Joe, I think, is that something that, I believe that we talked about it before, is that I think we have to realize that this is going to be a trend right now as far as going downward until and then what we just passed on a ballot, it's going to mask it a little bit.
Right.
But the truth is that, there is a significant hit in the business community right now. We are going to feel that.
Yes, and it's down from budget. But not necessarily down from last year. It's flat from last year's actuals.
Okay, I still think that we probably might be seeing the tip of it right now, and it's going to start heading in a direction for a little while. So I just think we have to look out for that. That's all. I'm going to account for it.
We've definitely keep a close eye on that. My team is always in talks with some of the big businesses. During the pandemic, that was one of our concerns, and that really did not play out. Still, revenue still came in. There was some slight decreases, but not decreases that we were expecting. But we'll definitely keep an eye on that, and we do keep open dialogue with the businesses. And Measure BT, which did pass this past November, that's not implemented until next year, so January 2024. And that's anticipated to bring in an additional $3 million. TLT, again, increasing it by almost 5 million. So that's really because the occupancy rates are trending a little bit higher than what we anticipated, and the average room rate. And then the other one, transfers in. So originally, to balance the budget, we had anticipated a $1 million transfer in from our pension trust to help pay for some pension costs. Because of the increased revenues, I'm recommending that we don't touch a pension trust, leave it alone, so it's there in the future when we really need to pull from it. So that's the decrease for the transfers in. Okay, on the expenditure side of the house for general fund, again, it's in order from the highest budgets to the lowest. So if we look at the bottom here, 85.9 million was the adopted budget. So far, through the end of December, 35.2 million, compared to last year's 43.4 million. What I want to point out, though, is if we go to line number 3, transfers out, you'll see this year only 1.8, last year 12.5. Last year, we recorded our pension obligation bond payment in there. This year, it's just a timing issue, so you'll see it. But basically, that 9.7 million is because of the POB payment when it was recorded last year versus this year. All the other departments, and I'll touch on police and fire in a minute, but all the other departments are in line with their expenditures from last year. Some are even lower, with the exception of community services, line number 6. And that's because all the programming is now back online, right? Pandemic period, there was still some programming that was either not happening or it was happening in limited capacities. And then if we go to the police and fire, police, you'll see an increase. A lot of that has to do with being fully staffed now. Last year, they had 5 frozen positions. An increase in overtime. And then our Regional Communication Center, RCC, we have quarterly payments that we make, where it comes out of the PD's budget. There's an extra quarter recorded this year compared to last year. So that's the increase in the police budget. And then fire, you'll actually see it's a decrease compared to last year. That has to do with the frozen emergency management division. So that budget basically went away for this year. Okay, any particular questions on any of these?
We mask, right, when's the city attorney, that true up doesn't happen until what happens once a year, right, very late in the fiscal year? We realize the city attorney expense late in the fiscal year, right? It's a one-time chunk.
So Mr. Hensley bills monthly.
Yeah.
I'm sure what you're asking me.
But don't we, because obviously the city attorney, our legal fees are extensive this year.
Yes.
But as I recall, there's like one time a year we swallow the elephant and it
right.
This only reflects, this does not reflect litigation matters that are going through our joint powers authority. That's contained in the budget under
the general liability
fund. And so that amount of the budget is much more, it's much higher than normal years. I think we, at the beginning of this fiscal year, I sat down with the mayor, the city manager and Joe and requested between $3.5 and $4 million additional go into that account over normal years.
And to be clear, that extra $4 million is dealing with these employee litigations that we're dealing with right now.
Correct. And that, it's an estimate based upon having at the time was 11 cases, and I don't know that we're going to spend the entire $3.5 to $4 million this year. We may not, but we could exceed it too, depending on what happens. But it was, I think it was a pretty good estimate, and
I think so.
We're probably pretty on target, and hopefully we'll come in lower. But
and to date, that's just defense fees. That's just our attorney's fees, right? That we haven't settled anything. There've been no compromises. We've just been defending.
There was one case that was compromised in the prior fiscal year. I think for this year, we're probably around $1.8 to $2 million in defense fees so far this year, but we have still another 4 months to go, and it depends on, and we have trial dates set for some matters, and when the trial dates come, the legal fees go up dramatically for trial prep, and it depends on whether those go out as scheduled or not. But again, I think the estimate was pretty good given the information we had to work with, and if it doesn't get spent this year, then we'll be sitting down in the next couple of weeks talking about what the budget will be for the following year.
Thank you.
Yeah, and I think
Mr. Hensley, this is part of the reason we've been insistent that the most recent collective bargaining units with police and fire consider arbitration agreements, right, to not only prevent a potential huge jury trial expenses, but also reduce our legal expenses by being forced to go through mediation. Is that part of our strategy there?
Well, actually, that started before any of this litigation was filed, just to make it clear that that was a ask of the council of the unions, all of the unions, before any of these lawsuits were filed. But since then, yes, we've been able to get all of the non-public safety unions to agree to the binding arbitration, but the public safety unions have not agreed to that. But yes, you know, the motivation, I think, is increased given the number of lawsuits to get the binding arbitration provision.
Yeah, I think it was a 6-year process, if I remember correctly, from the time we first started talking about it till at least 5 years to get them into place with one collective bargaining unit. I'm just curious, how are those lawsuits going? It's public record, right, in terms of the outcomes?
Yes. Well, there was one case this year that there was a jury verdict and in the city's favor. Defense costs on that were around, legal fees were in the range of $625,000 with costs of another $50,000 to $75,000. On another case, we recently got a motion for summary judgment. I don't have the legal fees in front of me on that for that particular case.
Just to clarify, so we spent roughly $700,000 on one case to win it?
Correct. And I would say generally the cities, I mean, there was one case that did settle. There's been, again, we're waiting for some rulings on some additional motions for summary judgment. I mean, I think overall the city is doing well in the litigation as far as the outcomes, if you will, but obviously it's incredibly expensive.
Thank you for clarifying that. That's money that could be really well spent on the plunge and other capital improvements. Appreciate that.
Joe, we're not waiting on any more FEMA reimbursements, are we?
We are. Yes. So I believe we submitted a total of just over $4 million in FEMA reimbursements. Let's see, I have information on that. So total claims were $4,280,000, and we have been reimbursed so far $568,522. Now, you know, my experience, you know, it could take years. From the Northridge earthquake agency I worked at, it took 10 years to get all their money. Okay. So this slide is going to go over the appropriation requests, the changes. So number one, the police department, $250,000. That's related to an increase in overtime that we're requesting to increase the budget by. Fire, we do have $810,000 there. There is an amendment. So the amendment is, originally there was an increase of $698 for overtime, replacement leave overtime. We're reducing it down to $350,000 now. So the $810,000 is actually going to go to $462,000. $350,000 being suppression, replacement leave overtime. $75,000 due to continued increases in development projects in the city, which increased the plan check consultant fees for Fire Prevention Division. And then $37,000 for a new Fire Prevention Specialist 1 position that's being requested, which in a subsequent slide, we're going to talk about those personnel requests. Let's see, $350,000 for Public Works. Again, this is just for the general fund. So $350,000 in general fund requests for Public Works. $125,000 for additional inspection services, architect services, grant application assistance. $20,000 for the library boiler repair. $35,000 for temp staffing services. $20,000 for street signage, and $30,000 for supplies for street maintenance. $120,000 for pool covers and additional maintenance and supplies for all three pools. I believe it's $50,000 for the pool covers and $70,000 for the increase in maintenance and supply costs. And the chemicals for pools have gone up tremendously. Non-departmental increase of $200,000. That's necessary to cover the increased costs for retiree medical. It's due to a greater number of new retirements than anticipated in the adopted budget. Recreation Park and Library, item number 6 there, increase of $37,000 for the general fund is due to additional funding requests for tennis court and volleyball resurfacing, Brett Field scoreboard wiring, and refurnishing of the teen center. HR total request of, that's line item 11, of $166,900, $25,000 an increase in employee investigations, $65,000 increase in legal bills related to investigations, and I believe also negotiations. $9,800 to contract out for live scan fingerprinting for new employee services. $50,000 for executive coaching, which goes towards employee engagement. $10,000 for the new analyst position that HR is requesting, and again, that's going to be detailed on a subsequent slide. And then $5,000 for employee recognition and $2,100 for operating supplies. So total requests is the, I'm gonna have to do it in my head now, darn it. $1,813,900, but less $348,000, so about $1,480,000. I'll get the exact amount. Okay, quick snapshot on fund balance. So when we develop budgets, you know, we start the development of the budget in February. We bring it to council in June to adopt. Fiscal year is still not closed, so this is truing up what we anticipated versus where we are with the financial report that was presented later tonight. So basically, if we start at the top there, beginning fund, unassigned fund balance, we had thought it was going to be just under 28 million. It actually came in just under 32 million. That had to do with higher revenues and lower expenditures. And then revenues for this year, again, I went over that. We're increasing them. I went over those categories. The expenditures, we're increasing that as well. Estimated fund balance, so with the adopted budget, was 23.7 million. Now it's being revised to 28.4 million. Our reserve policy is a range, 20 to 25%. So depending on what council wants to do when we adopt the budget for 23-24 in June, anywhere from 17.5 to about 22 million in reserves, and that will leave $6.5 to about $11 million that council can decide how to allocate those funds in the 23-24 budget. Staff will have recommendations, and we're going to go through budget planning as well. We have strategic planning coming up in May, budget planning coming up in April, the first one, if necessary, another one in May, where we'll talk about how to utilize these funds in detail. Okay, real quick snapshot of some of the other key funds. Debt service fund, so that pays our bonds that we have for the Douglas Street gap closure. Those bonds are issued at, they were issued at 2.87%. We still have quite a ways to go. I believe they go through 2032 or 2033. So there's still some time there to pay it off. Water fund. So the revenues, 14.5 million. Actually, it's coming in slightly less than we anticipated halfway through the year. And that has to do with the mandatory level 2 restrictions from the state on water use. So by people conserving, obviously, reduces the revenue coming into the water fund. Expenditures, kind of right on target, $14.9 million. And bulk of that is purchasing water from West Basin, so we purchase potable and recycled water from West Basin. We don't have any local ground source. Wastewater fund. Revenues there of just under 2.1 million. That's right on target with what we had budgeted. Expenditures 1.5 million. Now there's some capital projects there that are seeing a delay. So as those progress throughout the year, you'll see the expenditures increase, and they're expected to end what we have budgeted. General liability fund. So as Mr. Hensley mentioned earlier, this is where a lot of our litigation costs are paid from. So through our risk pool, ICRMA, they handle the bills, and it comes directly from the general liability fund. So expenses of 2.2 million, about $1 million of that is insurance costs that we pay up front in July. Another $1 million was for about legal fees. The rest was for operational costs and some staff costs that are there.
Joe, one for you and Elias on the wastewater fund. Is there any update on a recalibration from Hyperion on their overage on the wastewater rates they're charging us?
I'll allow Mr. Sassoon to answer that, but I believe they did credit us on that.
Yeah, about 800,000.
Yep.
They credit us how much?
About 800,000.
And what do we do with that money?
That gets basically put back into the wastewater fund.
The residents are the ones who overpaid it. The city didn't. So do we give them their money back, or can we credit their bills?
We can look at credits, or we can look at reducing, or maybe not doing one of the future rate increases. So we still have 2 rate increases left that council approved. Next one's coming January of 24, and then January 25 is the last rate increase. Both are 9.5%. I would recommend, if you're looking at giving some money back, maybe reducing one of those rate increases, but it's up to council's purview.
I think that's worth tying a string around our finger and revisiting, because people, I mean, Hyperion, you know, trying to use the non-French term for this, overcharged the residents, so I think it's incumbent on us to make that right for them on their behalf.
Yeah, and I mean, that would be we'd have to wait a whole year. So, and then, you know, there's a lot of movement in town, so someone that may have paid it is not, you know, they're not getting the benefit of the rebate. And given with cost and escalation of inflation, I would lean toward giving a rebate back.
I mean, the same people who just got punched in the throat with their gas bill, if there's and I'm not suggesting we spend $50,000 on a program to figure out how to give back $12 to everybody, but if there's a way to do that to the people who just paid it, and we knew the entire time that it was wrong, right? And Hyperion gave us no relief, but now we can prove to them it was wrong, and they've credited us. I think it's incumbent on us to find a way to give that back to the ratepayer.
As a city attorney, if I could just clarify, we believed it was wrong. We did discover and prove recently that it was, but we didn't, I mean, the city didn't go in charging rates, you know, based upon absolute knowledge.
Oh, I know, we dragged them back here 3 times and asked them about the improbability of the physics and biology involved in what they were charging.
What was the time period over which the overcharges were calculated?
We went back and we recalculated for the last 3 years. And because that's really what we could do. We could not go beyond 3 years.
Well, so that's probably a topic for a subsequent meeting, but finding a way to give back to people what is rightfully their money is something we should look at, but I won't belabor it for this meeting.
Yeah, and you know, one of the biggest challenges is how do we allocate that back? That's going to be a hot topic.
Computer.
Okay. So the general liability fund, we're even though we do have you know, quite a bit of legal costs and settlements in there, we're projected in within our budget. Next one, workers' compensation fund. So the expenses here, same thing. Quite a few settlements have happened with counsel on workers' comp cases. Attorney fees, again, high as well. So a little over $1 million of that, again, is related to settlements and attorney fees on the expenditure side. We are expected to end within budget, though. And the revenue side, so that's just allocated out to employee costs. And we do have rates for career-specific fields. So police and fire have higher rates. And then those employees that work outside have a higher rate as well, and office employees have a much lower rate.
And if I might just briefly, just so for clarification for everybody who might be watching, when we talk about attorneys, we have special workers' comp attorneys that are from outside law firms. The labor cases that have been filed against the city are handled by outside law firm that specializes in that. The city attorney work that you saw the budget for $770,000 for, that includes not only the services I provide, but also Lieber, Cassie, and Whitmore, which are significant on the HR front, and other special counsel work that comes in, just so that people get an idea of who's providing those services. I feel a little uncomfortable that someone thinks that I'm collecting $5 million a year or something here.
Thank you, Mr. Hensley. Okay. And then the other fund, the Senior Housing Fund, the revenue is really just interest income on the balance that we have there, about a little over $800,000 that's sitting there. That will be utilized for capital projects that are coming down the pipeline at Park Vista, and then a little bit of expenditures. So projected year-end appropriations by fund. So I did touch on number one there, general fund, and just real quickly to go over some of these other fund requests. So that general fund request is no longer $1,813,900. It's $1,465,900, and that's due to the reduction on the overtime for fire. The request there. Transportation funds, $249,406. This is really related to Prop A funds that we have to spend down before June 30 of this year. Mr. Sassoon and Ms. Mancini are working on purchasing some type of electric shuttle with those funds. So if we don't utilize them by June 30, we do have to return them back to the county. Again, that's Prop A funds, and it's very restricted use on what those funds can be used for.
Joe, would that be like a downtown shuttle? What kind of shuttle are we talking about?
I don't know if someone else can speak to that.
Sure. So it'll be a shuttle that would have the capacity of 15 passengers. If you would, it's all electric with ADA, fully compatible ADA facilities. And this shuttle bus could be used for public transportation at the discretion of the city, frankly. So we could use it for, during holidays if we want to use to transfer maybe or transport some of the senior citizens or dignitaries that may come to the city. We could take them on a tour if we could use that shuttle bus or other things that as needed. One thing is though, we have to also have a contract to get a driver in order to be able to provide obviously the services.
Right.
And it's something that we thought that might require also a contract for maybe a lift or some other facility to allow us to utilize their drivers as we need, because it's not going to be used full time. Very limited times we would use that shuttle bus, not every week.
If you've got money to spend and you have to spend it, I'm all for electric shuttles. My concern is we have a parking lot full of downtown shuttles and nobody to drive them. So that's the only thing. I understand our beach shuttle and other senior shuttle and all those.
We had this discussion, and one of the things we talked about was, could we not use it to buy an electric car for public works or something, but it has to be for the public use. And then the other one was, like, we have the beach shuttle. Could we not just expand that beach shuttle, because we have a contract right now with Swoop, and because it's an existing program, we can't use that money to expand that program. So it's very limited. The only thing that we thought about is, once we have the shuttle, maybe we could do some type of joint use with one of the school districts, or at least sublease it out for a school district to use. So that would be because we went down the gamut. I said, we thought maybe we should be buying electric bikes, but I think there was just such a limited amount of what we could do with this.
Right. Right, yeah, there's very limited things that you can use this money for, and so we could use it for taking teens on trips, taking seniors. We'll still probably utilize the on-demand services like Swoop or potentially Circuit. We're meeting with them. But this would be a capital purchase that we would have it.
Oh, I have no problems purchasing an electric vehicle with someone else's money.
Right.
I just think if we're going to have a fleet of vehicles, we should also be taking steps about how we're going to get drivers so that our residents can get use of all of these shuttles. Because in the development agreements, we're having developers buy us downtown shuttles to bring people from that side of PCH to our downtown, and that's kind of slipped away with COVID and everything else. So.
Yeah, we're hoping we're gonna. There's some vendors we're looking at talking with that we can contract out with to provide drivers. So that's what we're hoping for, but we also are going to look at training some of our full-time staff internally or certifying them if we want to use them for different events, like Elias mentioned.
And then if we do buy this, can we sell some of the other vehicles that are just sitting in the parking lot, taking up parking spaces? Or at least move them so they're not taking up parking spaces?
So the other fleet of the shuttle buses are being sold as a surplus property. There's going to be an item that will come before City Council that my colleagues in Finance Department is already working on. But we kept one shuttle bus, which was the best one, and so we only kept one, and we are selling surplus as surplus property. The rest of them.
Okay. Look forward to talking about that next time.
Yes.
I look forward to buying one of those surplus vans.
Oh, you live out of that. Down by the river.
All right, the next appropriation request, item number 11, $2,000 for the fire accreditation process. Again, that's a non-general fund revenue source. Item number 12, $20,000, and that's needed for public safety. Sorry, hold on 1 second. Probation fund needed for public works related grant programs funded through state grants. And it's $20,000 basically of state grant money. $5,971, that's on item number 13. That's for St. Vincent Meals on Wheels program. And again, that's coming from a recreation trust program. Donations is where that's from. And then $40,000, that's item number 16, Solid Waste Fund. And that's to comply with the state mandated program, SB 1383, and it has to do with recycled food waste. The city did last year add a new fee in our fee schedule for waste haulers. And so we actually are recouping those funds through the waste haulers. And that's all the appropriation requests. And that's also in your packet. I believe it's attachment A, so that's itemized and it's numbered. So if any of those requests you want to remove, it's easy to just reference that number.
Question on the golf fund?
Yes.
Is that just a placeholder? Do we just keep that account open because we own the golf course? Is it?
Because we own the golf course, there's minimal activity. There's a little bit of tiny bit of maintenance, not much.
Because we don't move the money to repay the equipment replacement fund. That does not move through that.
Right. So it's just a placeholder. We can maybe look at eliminating that down the road. Okay, so on to the mid-year budget appropriation personnel requests. So there are five departments that have requests. First one is fire, converting a part-time fire prevention specialist 1 to a full-time specialist 1. So here's the org chart, and then if you go to the right, new. So basically, having 2 full FTEs under the fire prevention specialist 1. And then we do have a fire prevention specialist 2 position, which already exists. That position does generate revenue. It's basically full cost recovery and plus some, as long as there's development happening within the community.
And just as I remember correctly from the meeting that we had, we were and Chief Lee's here if you want to speak to it, but it was, we were really behind on doing our plant or checks, right? Yeah. And so this is, we finally were able to get caught up, but we were loss of revenue, if you want to speak to that.
Well, isn't that what the consultant was for on the consent item that you pulled, was for fire plan checks?
Yes. Yeah.
So for right now, our plan check, we're utilizing Dennis Grubb, and we have been 100% cost recovery on that. So hopefully for next fiscal year, we'd like to hire our own plan checker to save having to do all the consulting fees and bring everything back in-house and better customer service. But this is specifically for fire inspections. We are slammed with new construction inspections right now. We're not meeting our state mandate inspections either. So this will help us, hopefully bring us into compliance and get us in compliance with the state, as well as provide really good customer service for the businesses that are doing all their new construction projects.
With the plan check piece, there's a reason in planning, right? Well, community development, we use consultants so heavily because it's so cyclical, right? Sometimes you're maxed out, sometimes you are not. Do we project that we will have 10 years of full utilization from this position, or is it wiser to contract it out? I mean, we may have a glut of new construction now, but if we have a few years where we're not, is there still plenty of work for this person to do?
Yeah, there definitely is right now, and I would say probably in the near term. As natural attrition happens within these positions, it can be readjusted and looked at.
Very well.
Okay. The next request is for human resources. And this is to add one full-time human resources analyst. So right now, they have a structure of 5 FTEs, a director, manager, senior analyst, 1 analyst, and 1 tech. So this would add, have a total of 2 analysts. Having been the interim HR director for several months twice, there's a ton of work that needs to be done, not just catching up, getting the city with best practices, and Rebecca's been doing a really stellar job at that, but just the daily work as well. Recruitments, I mean, we have recruitments stacked up in the pipeline, meeting some state mandated requirements. HR has training, bringing some type of leadership training. So there's a ton of work that needs to be done. There's no way without adding to that structure that's going to get done properly. I don't know if Rebecca wants to add any commentary to that.
I, for one, am very much aware of the benefit our HR manager and her department have given us, so I'm good.
And the same thing there, it can be revised through natural attrition down the road if that needs to be.
I was just looking through the chart, the ratio chart, and I understand that SHRM has different sort of ratio breakpoints, but it said we have 517 full-time equivalent positions, which sounds like a lot. Because I thought we had 270.
Yes, that's going to be part-time.
Is that,
part-time.
okay. Very well.
Yep, we have like 100 lifeguards. We have a lot of recreation leaders. It's a seasonal, cyclical. Yep. So it's a lot of bodies, but
got it.
It does add up.
And actually, part-time is actually more work because they come in, go.
Turnover
the turnovers quickly.
Yes.
But it takes the same amount of requirements to onboard
them.
Yeah.
Physicals, fingerprinting, uniforms, training.
Totally understand.
Badge IDs.
Point taken. I'll remove the giant skull from my sticker here.
And not to mention, the amount of investigations that her department deals with as well. So. Okay, next request. Information Systems Department. So here, they're actually doing a rework. It's not adding a new FTE, it's taking an existing position and retooling that to meet the business needs of the city. And so that's retooling it from the Information Tech Services, changing it to Information Tech Services Manager. And it was previously Tech Services Analyst.
Joe, is this going to help move us in the direction of getting away from using so many consultants? Does this help get us there? Because I know, particularly historically in this department, it has been a lot.
Good evening, Mayor Pro Tem, City Council.
I just lobbed that one up for you. Now you got to hit it.
Yes, thank you. No, it absolutely will. This role is going to allow us to have a much more strategic focus on the end user experience. Right now, the organizational chart for my department is very flat. There's one IS manager. Everyone reports to that manager. That manager reports to me. So we're going to have a lot more granularity and insight into what's happening out in the field in all the departments. So absolutely, yes.
Great, thank you.
Yeah, thank you.
All right, the next request is for Public Works. And that's creation of a new FTE. So currently, we have the Water Department and Wastewater Department separate. They're not acting as one unified division. Mr. Sassoon intends to unify those and have a utilities superintendent oversee that. And every city I've been at that has their own water and wastewater operations has a similar position. Could be called a utilities manager, utility superintendent, but they have that, and that reports then directly to the Director of Public Works. So Mr. Sassoon is here to answer any questions you do have, and the funds that will pay for this individual are not coming from the general fund. They would be coming from the water and wastewater funds.
Elias, same question for you.
Yes, sir.
Is this going to help move you in a direction where you have more time to do what you
Yes, sir.
need to do, and at the same time, try to help us move away from using so many consultants?
I believe so.
Okay.
I do have one question for Elias, so I just thought about it. So all these big projects, the plunge, skate park, the teen center, I know I keep saying this, where does the management of those for your department sit?
Those sit on the left side, city engineer, if you look at the column. So there are going to be some slight changes that are not yet reflected on this flow chart, but it's very similar. So there is that area, that part, there is not a lot of changes. The changes that are taking place here is on the operation and mainly the yard activities. So Public Works is really consists of two major components: the office, professional services, engineering, and all that, and then the rest of it are the people that work in the field and make the water distribution system work, the sanitary sewer collection system work.
I get that, but can you just answer the question though?
Yes.
Do we have the support, the staff to do all these big projects that we have on our books?
I believe we do, and then with this changes, it allows me to spend more time and be able to attend those projects more efficiently.
I'm gonna keep pushing.
Yes.
The clock is ticking.
Yeah.
The plunge has been down now for 1 or 2 years, 3 years, and we still don't have a final design. I've got every time I come up on this dais, I'm going to ask that question.
Sure.
So, thank you.
So it's Public Works. So the total request from the fire department I'm just going to reiterate what I've already talked about, but $75,000 for plan consultant fees. That's not $698 anymore. It's $350 for the leave replacement overtime. Fire prevention specialist, $37,000. Funding for the accreditation process, $2,000. HR, again, here's all the items which I've talked about before, $166,900. Non-departmental, $200,000 for the retiree medical. Public Works, we went over all these already. So total for Public Works is $410,000. Police, so $250,000 overtime, which we touched on that on the expenditure side. Projected year-end appropriation for for Recreation Park Library, so total request of $292. And again, we went over all these items already.
Yeah, I just want to say one thing about that Parks and Recs, because we brought it up in our subcommittee meeting. We asked, why are we spending money, the $20,000 and the $7,000, the $10,000 in the short term when we have a big project to redesign the whole park? And the answer was, you know, especially the tennis courts, you know, it's our biggest revenue area, and we need to make sure our customers are happy. And for $20,000, it will bide us time, because it's going to take a couple years to get the redesign done. So it's really just short-term fixes, and so it's just quick, short-term. And any other comment to that, Ally?
No, I think you hit it right on the head. We know we have this big renovation coming up, but this deferred maintenance is so overdue that I think at this point, this kind of buys us some trust with the community, showing them that we're actually, you know, we're taking action and we're serious about this. So I think it's a really good move.
Okay, one thing that we did not touch on yet as far as employee modifications is the police department. So there's no budgetary impact to what Chief Bermudez wants to do, but there is 2 requests he has, and it's a reclassification. So reclassifying a police assistant 2 position to an administrative specialist position. And again, there's no budgetary impact for the current year. There is a $7,000 cost that would be incurred on subsequent years, so very, very minimal for that. And the second request under PD is reclassifying 1 management analyst position to a senior management analyst position. Again, no budgetary impact for the current year, and about $10,000 for subsequent years would be the budgetary impact. Any questions regarding the police?
On appropriations or on the?
I'm sorry?
Are you talking about, I have some questions on the appropriations, yes, for police and fire. Do we want to handle that now?
Sure. Yeah, I think I have 2 more slides. Can I just get to those?
Go ahead.
Trust balances. So we have our OPED trust, $30 million as of January 31st, 50% funded. We're right on track to be fully funded within the next 10 years or so. We're not adding any new money to that. Pension trust, we have $4.7 million sitting there. Our PARS retirement enhancement plan, that's for the supervisory group, $1.5 million in that plan. Snapshot of 10-year forecast. So it looks much better than what we've seen in the past. So this does include Top Golf, this includes Measure BT, and some other initiatives we have. So the blue line, blue bars represent revenues, red expenditures, and then that very top line, what looks like a trend line, is our fund balance line, which that equates to the right side numeric values. Revenues and expenditures equate to the left side numeric values. I'm not going to go over this. This is just the recommendations that are in your staff report, numbers 1 through 8. And then next steps, fiscal year end, June 30, do our audit June through November, present the financial report to you next year by December. And then the budget for 23-24, strategic planning session sometime in March. Proposed 23-24 budget study session in April. There'll be an opportunity for a second one in May if necessary. Public hearing and adoption of the budget June 6th, and the beginning of the new fiscal year, July 1. And that's all the questions. Or that's concludes my presentation. Any questions, council has?
Council discussion. Yeah, actually, I'm gonna want to talk. Chief Bermudez, you want to step up to the front row? I know it's $250,000 request. I completely understand that. My question is, I know that in the last budget cycle we had appropriated, I think, was it 400? How much was it to the 450 to kind of trying to get the, some extra patrol, the retired? Has that been utilized, or has that even been successful, that piece of it?
No, that piece, we did a look at that option, and we never implemented that.
So what I'm saying is technically this $450,000 that wasn't allocated towards a program, wouldn't that be just kicked into this? Because it wasn't used.
Yeah, it wasn't used, and I'd have to, I don't think it was budgeted to the PD. We never
It wasn't
got that
initially
money,
budgeted,
no.
the PD was budgeted as a separate item?
Yeah, I believe it wasn't allocated to the police department budget. So either we have it sitting in fund balance, and I thought the plan was Chief Bermudez.
Joe, I can't hear you. Do you mind stepping a little closer, please? Can't hear you. Thank you.
I believe the plan was that Chief Bermudez was going to go look at the viability of this program because there was a lot of personnel, CalPERS issues, some legal issues. And after discussing it with HR and legal, just wasn't possible. So but the plan was for him to come back and then ask for that appropriation for the program. But since the program wasn't able to get kicked off,
So technically you're asking for $200,000 less then, if you think about it that way, because it wasn't actually appropriated, right?
Yeah, thank you. Yeah,
You're
that's
welcome.
that's a good way to put it.
You're welcome.
Yeah.
All right, thank you.
Thank you.
And Chief Lee, if you could, please. So, we had our finance committee meetings are public meetings, correct? All right, so, we did talk through it, and I mentioned that this was going to come up, so I just want to talk through it so, my colleagues can weigh in as well, is that there was a request, obviously, for, well, it's probably about 18 months ago, almost 2 years ago now, for the $1 million in recurring savings within the department. And I know we did the brownout, and we're still in that process. And the idea was to have staff come up with a way to make that happen. So the brownout so far, I think we're only a few months in, am I correct? We're 4 months into a 6-month pilot. So have we not seen the savings on that we had expected?
So if I may, I'd like to introduce Battalion Chief Ryan Ali. He's going to speak to the snapshot and to that exactly.
Sure. Thank you.
Good evening, Council. Battalion Chief Ryan Ali. I think I've met most of you except for you, Councilmember Baldino. So myself and the other battalion chiefs, we basically are the responsible for the daily hiring and staffing of the fire department. And I think that's why Chief, she knows I have a good view of this. And I will say during the last few months, we've had some challenges. Kind of like since I've been here, it's happened before, like a perfect storm, so to speak. And a lot of it comes from staffing issues. We're down 5 vacancies right now. And as you guys know, or we staff to the minimum. So when we have a vacancy on the day, that person is replaced, backfilled. It's not, something we could, turn the lights off, put the chair into the desk and call it a day. We don't put a closed sign on the fire engine, tell somebody they can't call them, and we make sure it's staffed appropriately. So we are staffed to the minimum, but like I said, these vacancies have caused more overtime, or what we call leave replacement. We don't additionally staff firefighters daily. We staff to the minimum, and we also have one in paramedic school at the same time. So with that, that's 6 positions on a monthly basis that we're refilling to keep the apparatus staffed appropriately. The good news about this, by the way, is we're projecting this to decrease because I have good news at the end because we have interviews next week for firefighters and we are in the middle of filling these vacancies. And our paramedic is coming back within the next 2 months. He's finishing his internship, which obviously fills that hole and helps out. along with the snapshot you have, it actually did encompass July, August, September, October, which is 4 months of when we didn't have the brownout happening, as you know. So really, this goes to January, so it's just 2 months of that. Good news on that is, as I look at the decrease in the rehires from that, from leave replacement, I do see it there from my own spreadsheets that I have that we do, the battalion chiefs do it daily. We handle the overtime memos and sheets and stuff like that. And speaking of that, if like I'm doing it now with this, usually about this time in the pay period, I have about 2 or 3 sheets in. I'm only in 1 sheet, so I could see it. I could see the progression there. As you know, we had another outbreak of COVID in the fall, early fall, and or fall and the early winter, which with that comes with delays of getting firefighters back in, and that's another part of the storm. We had 3 injury on duties, IODs. Those are now down to 0. We have 0 now. So this is another thing that we were rehiring for. We do have 1 on LWOP, leave without pay, so we continue to backfill for them. So overall, it just kind of all hit at once. And this is, again, a snapshot of just July to January 1. So it really doesn't encompass too much of the brownout, just 2 months of it. And with filling these vacancies, it's going to be a big difference. Like I said, that accounted for 40% of those, what we call leave replacement. Again, we don't necessarily call it overtime because these are positions that we're just staffing to the minimum. We're not putting extra firefighters on for the day and say, hey, let's run it, you know, with more. We're doing to the minimum. So,
So just one quick question from someone who doesn't know,
Yeah.
like exactly how this all works. When we brown out engine, I think that was usually staffed by 4 per day, right?
We have 4 men, yeah,
So
4-person
then,
engines.
again, my simple math would be, okay, if we brown out that engine, we got 4 positions. The idea was they were going to backfill and be able to not, so you wouldn't have to use so much overtime. I think, if I remember correctly, that was the discussion. So can you just talk through how that didn't work out?
Well, they have been placed onto the other engines, those positions, and again, those are to the minimum, like we just talked about. So when they also have, and we're not just vacancies, by the way, we also have people, those months are July, August, September, the heavy
Couple
vacation months,
vacations.
and then the holidays, you know, November, very heavy, another part of the perfect storm. So when they're gone also, when we moved them onto those engines, we are backfilling those as well. So that's why you see that, except for the captain position, which is significant, not as significant as, you know, we would hoped, but it is significant as far as that savings when we ran some numbers on it. I think to the tune of about 150,000 already.
So in your opinion, you see the next 6 months looking, 6 months to a year, let's call it, looking better than
Oh, absolutely.
what we had right now.
Absolutely.
You see it trending in the right direction.
It does take a while to onboard a firefighter,
Understood.
a background and everything.
Mhm.
That's going to be a huge help, the vacancies. Getting a paramedic back. So that's going to be a big help as well.
All right, thank you. Nothing further. Council discussion. So we have how many full-time firefighters right now? 34?
We have,
We're down 5 positions, plus 3 IODs.
yeah, the IODs are, they retired. And
They,
we have-
they retired?
Yeah.
So are those included in the 5 vacancies?
Yeah, those are in the vacancies now.
34 to 39.
I will say one thing. When the leave replacement goes down and we hire, of course, we're taking on more costs with new employees, salaries, benefits, pension liability, all that.
No, understood, but
Yeah.
the request that the council had a year and a half ago
Yeah.
doesn't go away. It's still
Right.
going to have to be figured out. It's just a matter of how you
Right.
suggest we do it. We don't know. The idea is that you came back and say, okay, how can we accomplish this?
Yeah.
So I know the overtime thing is a very complicated way to do it. We're just going to have to figure out where that comes in, that's all.
Sir. Thanks, sir.
Thank you.
Councilmember Durrell, just add to that in talking with the city manager, that we're planning to bring you something for the budget prep for next year. So we'll have something to present to council.
Great. Thank you very much.
But we are missing our budget projection on that department by 5 to 10% every year. I mean, we do this every year. Now, either we have constructed this thing totally wrong, but no one would, like, that's crazy. So, look, we're going to pay the people. They did the work. but I mean, that is a personnel piece that has to get figured out. I mean, that is a drastic sum of money.
One of the other things that we talked about in our finance committee meeting was the implementation of some software to help them as well, because right now it's very manual process. And I know that there's Jose, the director, IT director, has been working on something, and we're hoping. I think you already have identified a solution, correct?
Correct. We've identified a solution called Telestaff. Telestaff is the name of the solution, and Chief Lee and I are working on that agreement right now, and we anticipate that it'll be about 3 to 4 months before they can start the implementation.
And so once we get that implemented, we'll have a lot more access to data to do a little more future planning and analytics.
Correct.
Right?
It's going to give you that visibility and projections into the hire back process.
It's summer vacation and Christmas happen every year. You know, that's not a statistical outlier. And I think their service calls were up by 4 or something %. So the overtime is doubling and tripling the service call increase. And that is something that I mean, we can't keep seeing the same movie over and over and over again. It's like Groundhog Day with budgeting in the department. Moving on. Council, further questions?
This is Mayor Boyles, I got one comment. Maybe it's a question, but you know, in most organizations, people stick to a budget. They either stick to a budget or they don't. If they don't stick to a budget, there are repercussions. And so I'm just wondering what, besides the software update, which is definitely needed because there are complicated scheduling and labor law or labor rules based on their collective bargaining agreement, et cetera. What other controls and recourse do we have when a department doesn't meet budget on a consistent basis, as Mayor Pro Tem indicated?
Well, we're in the process now of, as you know, we're about almost 4 months into the pilot program of the brownout. And as those numbers are coming in, not, I think, what we originally anticipated, I'm now meeting with the finance director and the fire chief in terms of, okay, so if the brownout isn't gonna come up with the savings, we've gotta come up with the savings. So we will have a plan in place by the budget workshop in April to discuss with the council on how that savings will be derived.
Well, that's not to keep turning this into like a. Sorry, Mr. Mayor, go ahead.
That's a plan going forward. My question was related to execution. So we have a consistent problem where a department is not executing to their budget. They're not controlling costs. What mechanisms, controls, or recourse do we have to change that going forward? Because it has been a recurring theme.
Well, I think what I would recommend, and I'll discuss this, is coming up with a performance plan with an actual amount that this department needs to abide by, and if it's not met, then there will be certain repercussions, yes.
Okay, I appreciate that, because in the past, we've talked about wanting to do a absolute dollar amount that is budgeted for a department. Mm-hmm. You know, like a zero-based budget, and we establish what, from a bottoms-up build, how many people we think we need in a particular department. Those dollars are available, period, every year, whatever that is. And we factor in, of course, any escalators on our collective bargain agreements, and staffing changes, et cetera. But a plan is only so good as well as it's executed. Right. So I really would like us to consider this. I think Joe's department does an incredible job establishing these budgets with great rigor, great concern and consideration. And then we have a couple departments that don't hit their numbers. So I think we should consider it further. Thank you.
Yeah, and I just want to make sure that we're consistent for all departments. You know, we have new leadership in a couple of these departments, you know, so there's history that they didn't own. And I just want to make sure that whatever we establish, it's clear, it's attainable, and that it's consistent across all departments.
If we ask the citizens of El Segundo to take a leap of faith with us on a brownout, which removes a capability. And even with halfway through that brownout, we're not only not achieving our ends, we're missing by 300,000 the other way. That's problematic.
And just so I'm clear as the new guy, the idea with the brownout is we can help eliminate the need for overtime. We implement the brownout and they still have as much, if not more, overtime being charged.
We thought we would save $600,000, and we're halfway through and we've spent $300,000 extra.
Okay, just want to make sure I was following along with all the numbers.
Any further questions? Do we have consensus to receive and file? Yes. Okay, so that's item 1. Now, if we agree to these amendments, amending the general fund revenues, amending the Certified Unified Program Agency for Coupa, the department, amending the state grants fund appropriation, the solid waste fund appropriation, and the transportation fund appropriations, and the trust fund special revenue and donations, all of those, we can take those at one time in one motion to approve all of those amendments. Would anyone like to do so?
So moved.
Giroux, movement. Pimentel, second.
Councilmember Baldino.
Aye.
Councilmember Giroux.
Yes.
Councilmember Pimentel.
Yes.
I did that wrong.
First,
right.
yes.
First, Mayor Pro Tem Pimentel.
Yes.
And Mayor Boyles.
Yes.
That's 6 yeses. And in today's math.
There's also a resolution.
So now we have a resolution at the end. City Attorney, would you like to read it by title?
Yes, Mayor Pro Tem, a resolution establishing basic monthly salary range for full-time job classifications is ready for adoption.
Would someone like to move approval?
First, so moved.
Giroux, second.
Madam Clerk?
Councilmember Baldino.
Aye.
Councilmember Giroux.
Yes.
Councilmember Perstuck.
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Pimentel.
Yes.
Mayor Boyles.
Yes.
5-0.
Awesome. If it's like a North Korean election, one's 4-0, one's 7-0. Yeah. All right.
I do have a point of clarification made for a city attorney. So because of the reduction of that overtime for item number 2, that's not the correct expenditure amount. Does that need to be noted anywhere?
I thought it was noted during your presentation.
It was.
So, and we'll note it in the minutes. Okay.
Note in the minute that expenditure, I think
Yeah, so
down, drops to...
87,407,028.
Yep. Yeah, you mentioned that.
All right, item 14, the downtown, sorry, City Manager,
No, I was
yes,
going to say,
please.
Mayor Pro Tem, since we've been moving the agenda around a lot tonight, could I suggest maybe doing item 14 at the end of the agenda? Because I know we will have 3 council members for that item.
Oh, yeah.
You could maybe not have to stay all
This,
night.
this looks like helter-skelter up here.
I mean, it's up to you. I just thought.
Okay. So we would take 17 would become the new 14.
Sure.
We'll just move to 17, correct.
And then for the.
All right,
final
we're
item.
going to make a movement here from the committee, commission, and board presentations for item 17. Is that so 17 will go next. Amended committees, commissions, and boards bylaws, and possibly broadcasting and/or recording committee, commission, and board meetings. I believe the deputy city manager will present on this.
Barbara Voss is on Zoom, and thank you, Barbara, for staying with us.
All right, good evening, Mayor Boyles, Mayor Pro Tem Pimentel. 2 items, as Mayor Pro Tem mentioned. First is the amendment to the bylaws of all the 9 commissions, committees, and boards. And then the second item is a discussion regarding potentially recording and or broadcasting the actual CCB meetings themselves. So back in August of 2022, Council directed staff to amend the bylaws of all of the CCBs. And there were certain items at that time that were asked to be added to all the CCBs for consistency, and also just to clarify, some CCBs were doing one thing and then another CCB was doing it slightly different, and there was some confusion among the CCB members themselves. So I'll just outline those requests and the amendments that were made. Number one was selection of members. And some of the CCBs were allowing the chair and vice chair to review applications and provide recommendations to city council on new members. Others were not doing that at all. So now all of the CCBs have that provision within their bylaws that they will all review, or the chair and vice chair will review applicants and make recommendations to council. So the qualifications, there are some exceptions to this one. During that August 16th meeting, we talked about live, work, or attend school within the city of El Segundo to be a member of a CCB. And some of the CCBs have specific rules that require a resident status. The Planning Commission, Rec and Parks Commission, and Senior Housing Corporation Board must be residents. The DEI Committee is the only one that allows high school students at this time, in addition to residents and business representatives. The Arts and Culture Committee is considering a way of involving and partnering with high school students, but at this time it's live or work within El Segundo for that committee as well. And then the Environmental Committee has a provision that a voting member will be appointed by the El Segundo Unified School District. So we couldn't quite make that one consistent across the board, but that's where we landed on that one qualifications provision. Interviews, we're doing our best to conduct interviews twice a year. We all know that schedules are packed and change, and Michelle is working very hard to meet that goal of having interviews twice a year. And I think as we progress with that goal, it will become more consistent. Term of office is 3 years without term limits for all CCBs, except the Planning Commission and Rec Park Commission, which have 4-year terms. Removing a member, members of the CCB now this provision is added to all of the CCB bylaws. Members of the CCB shall serve at the pleasure of City Council and may be removed at any time without cause by a majority vote of the council. Removing a member due to absences. Oh, you know what? I need to back up. I'm sorry. Qualifications. When we took the bylaws to the Recreation and Parks Commission, they asked that because they had a very positive experience with a member of the community who lives in El Segundo and also worked for the police department, Margie Randall, who was a rec park commissioner, the chair and all the board members or the commission members asked that they could have a city employee, but that city employee could not be a member of the department that is staffed to that CCB. So the Rec Park Commission did request that with your approval. So that's up for consideration. And then for all the other ones, city employees are not eligible. Dates and times, you'll see in the staff report.
Barbara, can you back up? Can you rewind? You're telling me that there's a recommendation to put a city staff member on the Parks and Rec Committee?
They don't have a specific person in mind, but the discussion was they wanted to ask for permission from council to have a city employee who is not a member of the Rec Park and Library, not a specific person, but have that option in the future because they had such a good experience with having a city employee serve on the Rec Park Commission for many years.
I believe that I actually spoke to one of the members today, that the request is to not preclude a city employee from applying for a position on the commission. That's my understanding. Does that make sense? So in other words, before
we're not creating a separate.
We're not creating a separate thing. It just doesn't preclude them from if they want to serve on the commission and they're not part of Parks and Rec, have at it.
Now, I can tell you that we've had a practice at the council not to appoint a city employee onto a commission or committee.
And that was the direction of city council.
So that has been our practice for the last 4 years. or so that we have not, because there have been people that have put their name forward, and we have made a practice of not appointing, so.
Okay, that helps.
Okay. I was beginning to mention that the fixed dates and times for all the meetings, council had requested that those be made very clear. And so there's a chart in the staff report that shows the dates and times for all the meetings. And I think the reasoning behind that was so that when people sign up to be on a CCB, they know when the meetings are. So we've had some instances where a person would sign up and then they couldn't actually attend the meetings due to work conflicts or personal conflicts. And so this will make it clear at the very beginning before they sign up to be on the CCB. They know the date and time of the meetings and they're fixed and regular. The annual joint meeting with City Council, a member, the chair or vice chair or a designee is asked to participate in a joint meeting with City Council. So this would be City Council and then a member or two if they want of each CCB in that meeting. So it's kind of a getting together and discussing goals and objectives of all the CCBs collectively with the City Council. And then each CCB is asked to present a work plan to City Council on an annual basis. Assistance of staff. This item gives the department director a little bit more authority in terms of if there are a lot of requests of a particular CCB and they don't have the staff, somebody quit, somebody's out, whatever might be happening, it gives that director the ability to say, you know, to have the conversation with the chair or a member of the CCB and say that they don't have the staff to devote to this at this time, and can we push it down the schedule a little bit? Just depends on circumstances in each department. And then CCB recess. CCB may be placed on a recess, short or extended, depending on their workload and their progress towards meeting the objectives of their workload. And then dissolution. CCB may be dissolved by majority vote of City Council, with the exception of the Library Board of Trustees and the Rec Park Commission, which are established. The Library Board of Trustees, I think Mark can correct me, is a state mandate, and the Rec and Parks Commission is established by city ordinance, and the Senior Housing Board due to its corporate status. And then listed in the staff report is all of the, again, the dates and of approval of these minutes, and also the regular dates and times of the meetings. So are there any questions about that particular portion?
Yeah, I just have one. It goes back to the high school student, the DEI having the ability to appoint a high school student, and then the arts and culture looking into some form of mechanism to engage a high school student or more. You know, one of the challenges with having a high school student is that their tenure is very short. So I almost would recommend that we take that away, but create some new adjunct program that says, you know, there could be an internship, and they could adopt, like have each of the committees could have an intern from a high school, so the student actually gets intern credit on their transcript through their school, so it's actually more beneficial to them. And then that way you could have one or more interns as part of the committee. It's up to at the will of the committee to determine if they want to do that. And I know it would take just 50 hours a year they'd have to complete 50 hours. So I think that they could actually accomplish that. So I just think we may want to look at more of an internship program rather than appointing a high school student onto the DEI or arts and culture, because then it becomes, you know, when you appoint someone that, like a high school student, their tenure short, but then, you know, they may not be able to attend the meetings, and then you don't have a quorum, so it just becomes a little more challenging. But an internship program might be just a little bit a better way to move forward.
I agree. Actually, that was just one of the notes I had on there. Is maybe this might be an opportunity to go with ASB at the high school and offer up have them almost kind of pre-screen, hey, who would like to be on the DEI, who would rather be on the ACC, who could be on the capital improvement, and just make it an opportunity, because as we've seen in all of our CCB interviews, it's a really competitive process. And if someone comes in that only has 12 months maximum on their, that they're going to be able to serve, it's going to be a detriment. So I don't want that to be a reason why a student who's interested doesn't get a chance to be on the board. It might be as a non-voting member, but a chance to participate. So I think that might be an opportunity there to get with. I think it would be the ASB president or the faculty advisor.
Or you could go through Bronca Savage, who's the career counselor, if you want to do an internship program. College applications are becoming extremely competitive, and these students are looking for internship opportunities, and we could really, open the door for some of these students. And they're not paid; they're just free. But the requirement is they just have to do 50 hours and participate. So definitely, I would reach out to Bronca.
And I have one other question. In the environmental committee, I guess I'm not really sure why we have to include a voting member appointed by the El Segundo Unified School District. I don't get that. Well, so basically, the way I'm reading this is the school district decides one of the people on that committee. Am I reading that correctly?
Yes.
I don't understand that.
Yeah, basically, this is the way it was written when I got here, that there is one person from the school district that is appointee of the school district to this environmental committee.
I think what the idea behind that was so that it's a holistic view at environmental.
Correct.
So that this district and the city are walking step in hand, hand
Correct.
in hand or whatever, to move forward with any type of environmental activity.
Correct.
So that there was a connectivity.
Connectivity.
So
Correct.
it was just more of, they want to make sure that they're part of it. And
Okay, I understand what you're saying. I just look at it as, I know we just had interviews for that, and we're turning people away as it is. So I don't necessarily see why that should be. So it might be something we can consider when we're interviewing, but I just don't think that there should be a separate body dictating who's on our boards.
Yeah, because that person is appointee of the school district. That person is not interviewed.
Right, we may try, yeah, that's what I'm saying. They may interview like everybody else, and say, yeah, this is the right person for this position, but I'm not comfortable with that. I don't know if it, for me, that piece I'd like to be taken out. I just don't see the rationale for it.
Councilmember Drew, this is a kind of a historical thing, and so I think there's no legal reason why that provision is in there. So
there's no legal reason. It's historical, is what Barbara is saying.
Again, I only get one vote up here, so that's just my opinion on that particular one. However it goes, it goes. It's nothing personal. I don't see why another body should be doing this.
It sounds to me, and I'm sort of trying to think about the logic behind it, that there probably was a particular initiative that was once upon a time getting off the ground, that it made sense to have the school readily there for its development, as opposed to waiting to go through a coordination with the city. I don't know if we, I don't know if we lose anything by either way. But, I mean, they own a lot of property here, so it's pretty useful to have them.
Like I said, whoever works out, it works out. It's just, that's an outlier, and it just doesn't make, in current circumstances, doesn't make as much sense to me to have it in there, considering we're turning people away from this committee as it is.
To Mayor Pro Tem's point, I think in terms of why it might have happened, I think the origin story, if I remember correctly, being the liaison back when, was that it might be affiliated with Grades of Green, which is an environmental program that the school district implemented to reduce lunch and other waste byproducts throughout the day. So if I had to guess, it was maybe affiliated with that.
All right, are there any other questions? I can move on to the next one, or we can.
Yeah,
vote
go on to the
first
next one. We'll hold on to the intern piece and the environmental committee composition to the end.
Okay, so the next aspect of this is broadcasting and or recording the CCB meetings. This is a request, as you heard during public communications this evening and many evenings before. Members of the community are particularly interested in having the Diversity, Equity, and Inclusion Committee recorded or broadcast live. And so talked preliminarily to El Segundo media staff, and there's a few different things to consider. One is, all of the CCBs meet in different locations. So broadcasting live only occurs in council chamber. We don't have the technology to broadcast live other than doing a Zoom meeting, but to broadcast live like on the channel or, live on our website at any other location other than the council chamber. So if we wanted to have our team go and just record the meetings, a camera person, professional recording that El Segundo Media does, that's the number that's recording all of the CCBs, almost all meetings throughout the year, special meetings, et cetera. That's going to be $117,000 just for staff time. And as you may know, El Segundo Media runs on part-time employees. We have two full-time, and then the rest are part-time employees. So there are restrictions on how many hours we can have each employee work per year, so that it gets challenging. Another idea is to have it on Zoom, teleconference via Zoom or some other form similar to that. And excuse me, have the meeting available for people to log in, similar to how I'm logging in now, and listen only. They may do public communications via the Zoom, but the duration of the meeting would be people listening via Zoom, and then the committee itself would be in person for the most part, unless there was some exception. And they would record the meeting on Zoom and then make that recording available to the public on YouTube, El Segundo Media YouTube, or the city website. And that will take a little bit of extra staff time with having someone there running the Zoom, making sure it's working properly. There may be issues. It won't be the highest quality recording. You won't have everybody's voice heard as clearly around the table because it will be a laptop kind of sitting off to the side recording the meeting. We could do a voice-only recording using a cassette, a recorder, probably not a cassette at this point, but a voice-only recorder, and just ask the members of the committee to say, this is Barbara Voss, and then say their comment, so anybody listening would know who made what comment. That's probably the simplest form. And then, again, we would make those recordings available. And then the last one is a longer term, broadcasting live. The only way we could broadcast live is if we had the technology in the executive conference room, which I believe is somewhat set up for that, but is not 100% able to do that at this time. Our IT director is looking into the capabilities of that. And then you would have all of the CCBs meeting in that room and broadcasting live. So those are the options.
Thanks, Barbara. I think there's a real kind of simple, quick solution to this, and actually Ms. Goldstein kind of mentioned it during public comment, is that they're not looking for, 4K video of this. You just want access to it. So wouldn't it be simple to have a tripod and a city iPad that is set up for each one of these meetings, record the meeting, and immediately turn that over to El Segundo TV to put on the YouTube channel? So it could literally be done. The meeting could get over at 8 o'clock. That thing could be uploaded to the internet and be available by 9 or 10 o'clock. There's no cost, and that's just a matter of whoever's in that room, just record it.
Just recording using like an iPhone.
Just record. We have city iPad. You could use one of these. We use these for our kids' sports and everything else. It's because literally you're recording people sitting around a table having a meeting. It's not that there's like any action involved in it. So
Right.
Why don't we just set it up that way? I can't imagine there's a big cost, and you could have that up and running for literally the next meetings. And then just take the iPad when it's done, hand it over to El Segundo TV, and upload it to the YouTube channel. And then it's accessible, and it's always going to be there. And they can watch it anytime they want. Isn't that probably the easiest way to do this?
I think it's probably something that, given the demand for this across all of our non-televised items, is pretty low. You know, there's one that people want to see demonstrably. If we have a mechanism where that board chair can request 72 hours in advance, hey, I want to record this one, can we put it on? It doesn't seem, I think we might be overthinking it a little bit. I feel as though we may be. I don't know that we are. I feel as though we may be overthinking it. They just put it on, they can request it recorded if they want to record it. I mean, do we have to have people sign waivers? It's a public meeting.
When I attended the DEI meeting in the conference room, I think Barbara was there by Zoom. There was a couple of people there by Zoom, and they got that neat little camera that kind of focuses in. Can't we just use that room for DEI and use the technology already there to broadcast or record a Zoom meeting? I mean,
Councilmember Balti, we could record the Zoom meeting today. The broadcasting is a bit tricky, but I don't know that that's a request that members of the public have made. I think they want the recording.
right, so we can record it in the conference room using the video camera setup we have, and then just publish that.
That's what I'm saying, that there's got to be an easier solution, because if I'm not mistaken, I know that the request is coming for one particular commission and board, but, you know, is it going to now extrapolate out to others? Is it going to be the ACC, or, you know, what else is there? Right now, there's a request for one, but I think we have to kind of do an idea for all CCBs, or else otherwise we could be back in here in a few months and changing it up again. But I just think the immediate requests can be handled the way you're saying, because those meetings take place in that conference room, and it's already set up.
It's got cameras, it's got everything you need.
Right, and do it as a recording, and immediately be uploaded within, you know, a short amount of time from the time the meeting ends. And
Yeah, the only tricky thing would be, can we also have people give remote public comments, and that might have to be dealt with.
Right, I was thinking about that, because I think, wouldn't it be, couldn't you just, if letters were written in to be read into public record by the chair during public comment, could we allow that to be the case?
Yeah, you can, and one point to be made is, starting on March 1st, the law about virtual attendance at Brown Act meetings is going to change dramatically. And at that point in time, you're going to have limited circumstances where you can do it virtually. And if it is done virtually, then the public has to be allowed to do it virtually in all manners. And so what might be best for the CCBs is simply preclude them from doing that, because with all of the members, and even though there's only a few exceptions per member, that could add up to a lot of meetings. If you're not going to have a full-on ability at every meeting to have the public communication, and, you know, it's live streamed and all of that, if you're not going to have that ability, I think you're almost going to need to tell the CCBs you're not going to be able to attend virtually, even though there's these exceptions, because it would trigger too much like last minute work for staff too. So that's one issue. But I think it needs to be addressed, because that law is going to change in 2 weeks. I don't know how many of our CCBs are doing any virtual attendance at this point, or if they're not, I don't know. So I think that would have to probably remain as is.
But I'm saying, based on what the request is, I think the request is just to have access to recordings. That's the main piece of it. So let's get started with what we know we can do right away, and that is not going to be taken away on March 1st or cause other problems. To me, it seems to be a pretty easy fix.
We have had requests to be able to participate virtually also, but the most requests we've received is to be able to watch.
Let's nail one thing at a time. Let's just get that up and running.
And once people realize that the emergency order is expiring, you know, and all
Right.
of these. Like, look, I'm really excited about going to Pico Rivera for the sanitation meetings. Let me tell you, send you postcards. But I mean, the fact is like that we just have to be clear to people that although most of us are used to being able to do video conferencing all day, every day, that for public meetings, but it's virtue of the state of California, that you can't do that after March 1st.
So I do have a question. You know, I understand the recording, make it simple, but do the members of that committee understand that they're going to be recorded and it's going to be put out? I
You know,
mean, that's
under the
thing.
Brown Act, every meeting that's publicly noticed, people have the right to show up with a camera and videotape it.
Okay.
It's by law, so,
I understand that, but it's a very different thing than everything. And you have to wonder, it just makes me question why everyone wants to see the recordings and what that information is going to be used for. So I just want to, I want to make sure that we have to inform the members of that, we don't have to.
Madam Clerk, you have a comment?
Yeah, I don't believe that they want it necessarily broadcasted. They just want to have the ability to come on to the meeting at 6 o'clock. So I don't understand why we're not just talking Zoom webinars that you just record and then the media they can put them up on their website. That's what we did during the pandemic. I don't think you need a iPad set up or anything. It's just they're asking to have the capability to come on and listen to the meeting, which they can do through a Zoom webinar. I think we're overthinking this, like, by 100%.
That's conservative budgeting. It might be 150%.
This is Drew. I just want to weigh in. I think you guys already answered it. I think it's use the executive conference room we spent some money on, have the broadcast or have the meetings recorded there, start with the DEI committee, pilot it. I'm sure it'll go well. We'll have the recordings available, and then we can slowly roll it out to all the other CCVs. We're going to do it with one group. Why not be transparent and do it excuse me, consistent with all?
I mean, I agree. If we're going to do it with one, let's do it with all of them.
the only one that I don't think is portable is Park Vista.
Yeah.
Because it's purposely done in that.
You're with the residents, and that
Right.
would be cumbersome.
And the planning commission, I don't know if it's just tradition that they meet in the council chamber, if that was a requirement. Otherwise, I think it could be done there, and if not, you bring in ESTV just for that particular CCV.
So the planning commission is already broadcast live, as well as the Recreation Parks Commission.
And Park Vista only meets once a month, so probably something can be figured out for that. Isn't it? Isn't it just once a month?
Yeah, it's once a month. Also, we're in the facility of the target population of that board on their ground floor. So I think the need for remote participation is pretty limited when we're meeting in their lobby.
So yeah, I would suggest we start recording DEI in the executive conference room and see how it works out and take it from there.
Agreed. Deputy City Manager, does that give you enough to go on?
It does, yes.
Record
We'll do a
webinar
pilot with
format?
DEI and see how it goes.
All right. Do we have anything else to cover in terms of the bylaw piece? Do people have any other questions before we start making motions?
We got to figure out, right, or good on the qualifications piece there.
Pardon?
The two things on qualifications, is that what we're
The
doing?
high school, do we want to strike high school participation except as an internship program?
I think we should. I think it's something we should look into because it gives an opportunity for multiple high school students, and it's really up. And then the CBD, the committee or commission could determine how many they would want to take on, or if they have kids that they know. Like, I think it opens the door.
They could have a subcommittee where they want to staff some kids to count parked cars or who knows what.
Yeah.
So many fun things they could be doing.
They could do. But yeah, any way we can help students, I think is.
I like the idea of the internship option.
Yeah.
Okay. And does anyone feel strongly about holding one seat on the environmental committee for a representative from the school district?
I don't. I'm still kind of trying to wrap my head around why that came to be or what purpose it serves. So without more knowledge,
Yeah, I think we need to have a conversation with the district.
Sure.
What I mean, I think I'm confused about what we just thought. So are we saying that we don't think it should be there?
So do we want, so I guess if we're moving forward here, we've got a few things to, if we're going to approve the bylaws with some amendments, one amendment to a bylaws here would be removing eligibility for high school seniors, but asking that they develop a internship program around it. And then secondly, the environmental committee has a specific instruction that allocates one seat to the school district. Do we want to remove that allocation?
I say yes, because I think in the end, we're the ones that need to make a decision on who goes on these committees and boards, not someone else. So if you want to send over your candidates, terrific, but we got to make that call.
No, I don't disagree with you at all. I just don't know what the original reason was, or if there's another compelling reason of why it's always been that way. So I don't know if I have enough information to say, yeah, we're going to X this that's been historically been going on.
Right, I think we need to have a conversation with the district.
I think that committee was stood up during Mayor Eric Bush's term, if I'm not mistaken. You would probably know what the catalyst was, or the rationale as to why at the time.
Really, there's 5 of us. If it's just me, that's no, and you guys are yes, then just keep it the way it is. It's fine. It's nothing personal. I'm just asking the question.
Do they currently staff, do they staff it now? Who's on it now?
Tracy's on it, so it's fine. It's already done. So I'm like, it's not a problem.
Yeah,
it's
there
not
we
going
go.
to change the makeup. I just don't think that someone else should be deciding who's on our
she's
commissions and
double
boards.
dipping
That's
now.
all I'm saying.
Yeah, the school district superintendent, Dr. Moore, she appointed, I don't remember her name, but she appointed a person to the environmental committee just a few months ago, maybe a couple of months ago.
When does that term run?
2 years, 3 years, yeah, 3 years, yeah. I could look up the name if you want me to, I can find out that.
Oh, Heather Sutherland is on.
Yeah.
Heather Sutherland.
Yeah, there you go, Heather
And she's
Sutherland.
great. No
Yeah.
problem. She's terrific. That's not the
Yeah.
that's not the point.
process.
The point is that she interviewed before I would have picked her. That's all I'm saying.
I have a feeling back to Mayor Boyle's point, I think this was done so many years ago with Eric, and it was really to, not just for the city to look at environment, but in conjunction with the school district. So I think it was done as a unified front, and that's why it was set up that way.
Yeah, but don't they have environmental committees at school site campuses now?
They've just started, but I think they've now made a connection between this person and I think there's a connector.
Okay.
I mean, I don't know exactly, I'm speaking out of hat.
Can I recommend that we approve it as is with
Mayor Pro
a,
Tem, I'm sorry. I just
Yeah.
want to add one point of information so you had all the right information. The ESUSD representative is appointed annually. So they serve on a 1-year term and they're appointed annually. Just
very well.
wanted to make sure you're aware of that.
My recommendation would be, I'll throw this out there, I haven't moved anything, but that we approve it as is and then ask for a little bit more information. And if we want to come back and do an amendment and strike that at the next meeting, we could do it, because that's probably 2 phone calls away to figure out the logic behind it. That way we don't have to rewrite a whole bunch of stuff. If we want to just get rid of it at the next meeting, we just...
Wonderful idea.
All right, so with that, would anyone like to move approval of the amended bylaws with the change that we are removing eligibility for high school students, and then we'll ask the different CCPs to develop an internship around having them participate?
Sure, Baldino so moved.
Councilmember Baldino.
Aye.
Councilmember Giroux.
Yes.
Councilmember Perstuck.
Yes.
What are you now? Mayor Pro Tem Pimentel.
Yes.
Mayor Boyles.
Yes.
Got it.
All right, and then we have consensus in instructing the deputy city manager to pursue the webinar format, webinar and record format beginning with DEI.
Persick, so moved.
No, I don't think we have to. I think that's just a consensus item. I think, is that right?
Yes.
Yeah, that's just, all right.
All right, thank you.
There we go. Moving on back.
Actually, you have number 18.
Number 18,
and
item
then we do
18.
the downtown.
We're going to do 18 before 14. So moving on to next imaginary number is I squared. We will announce appointments to the Investment Advisory Committee and the Arts and Culture Advisory Committee. I will announce them now because I'm following the script. The Investment Advisory Board, we will welcome Vincent Zuppo to a full term, congratulations Vincent, and Roger Nieves to a partial term. Arts and Culture Advisory Committee, we have Natalie Strong and Maureen Kingsley for full terms, John Pickhaver, Iona Irma to partial terms. That's a recommend. I'm making this recommendation. Do we have to move approval of that? No, that's just an announcement. We already approved it. I was confused because at the end it said alternately discuss other actions. It's a little late in the game. All right. Anybody have any other actions on that?
I just want to point out again, as Lance said, we had so many qualified applicants. It's encouraging to know that we have such a talent pool here and people are willing to volunteer to help our city. So thank you everyone who applied. And keep applying. These openings happen all the time.
That's not what he wrote down. All right, now we'll move back to item 14, the downtown specific plan update.
This will be the last item other than council
But
comments.
I want a blue sign.
Well, you have to.
We got recusals.
Yeah, I'm sorry, Councilmember Persick has a conflict based upon her residence location near the downtown specific plan area within 500 feet of it. And the mayor has a conflict based upon his ownership and property just outside the downtown specific plan and within the downtown specific plan area. And so they have to leave the chambers. I guess the mayor just put him in the waiting room, or maybe he hung up, I don't know.
No, I'm here. Waiting room, please.
You can't. No, he can still hear. Okay.
Hey, you can watch TV.
All right, this is going to be a receive and file.
My 15 or Joe's 15?
Oh, man.
Sorry, Joe.
I think he said 50.
He's outside hitting every car in the parking lot, just ramming them. All right. Mr. Allen, the floor is yours. I believe the Sergeant at Arms has secured the portals.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. It won't delay much further. We do have about 8 or 9 slides for you. Tonight's presentation, it is a receive and file and hopefully some fruitful discussion or Q&A from the council is an update on the downtown specific plan update process. We're a little bit more than a year into this process. Paul has been working tirelessly amongst the several other large projects like the housing element update and the now kicking off the Smoky Hollow specific plan and several of the entitlement projects and zone text amendments, also managing the downtown specific plan update. And so the consultant's not here because we weren't anticipating doing this type of update, but we're well into a year of the process. It's valuable to give this update, and so Paul has prepared several slides to give you a sort of high-level view of where we've been, the resources that are available to you now, if you wanted to start digging into things, and where we're about to go. And this should be back before you within the next several months. So with that, I'll hand it over to Paul.
Okay, I will keep this as brief as possible, okay? This is just a brief status update on the downtown specific plan update. This is just a graphic showing the overall schedule for this project. Right now we're in winter, heading into spring 2023. And in spring 2023, we'll be engaged in drafting an updated specific plan and preparing a draft environmental impact report for the project. Our goal is to start that public hearing process at the end of summer this year. So I would like to start by giving you and the public a sense of the work that we did in 2022 when we kicked off. First, we completed extensive research and initial studies, technical studies, that have provided us with a baseline or foundation for planning ahead for the downtown. We did research on existing conditions on the ground, on historic resources in the downtown area. We did real estate market demand analysis, parking analysis of existing parking conditions, and existing traffic conditions. And we engaged in an extensive public outreach effort, which included stakeholder meetings, interviews, an online questionnaire that got a lot of responses, an interactive mapping tool, which kind of replaced what we used to do with a big map on a table and people just marking things down on it because of the pandemic, which was utilized on our website. We did a community meeting, planning commission study session, and more recently a public meeting related to the draft environmental impact report. This is the area being studied for the downtown specific plan updates. As you can see on the east end of the area along Grand Avenue, there's some additional properties that are being studied and incorporated into the we hope, new downtown specific plan. Right now, we just completed the public comment period on the initial study of environmental impacts. We held the public scoping meeting that I mentioned on February 2nd. We received a lot of useful information on things to study in the EIR, plus additional comments on the downtown specific plan. We are in the process of drafting the specific plan and also working on the EIR itself. One of the proposed changes to the specific plan will be to consolidate the zoning districts from 6 to 4 today, which will help to kind of simplify regulations in the plan area. The regulations that will be included in the draft specific plan include typical development standards, height, FAR, densities, recommendations on parking solutions, recommendations and plans for housing opportunities, outdoor dining, public roadway and sidewalk improvements. As far as next steps, we hope to complete the draft specific plan update in April and complete the technical studies and have a draft EIR at the end of April and early May, and then release the draft EIR for public review in May through June. It's a 45-day review period. And then ultimately, we hope to have public hearings at the end of summer and into fall. This is the dedicated website or screenshot from the website for the downtown update. So it's www.elsegundo.org/downtown update. We encourage our residents to visit this website and get updates on the process. Michael alluded to resources being made available on the website. There's a lot of documents that we've completed, studies that are on the website, video recordings of meetings we've had, summaries of minutes of meetings. So we'll continue to engage with the residents. When that draft specific plan comes out in April, we hope to hold another public meeting to present it and get input. And with that, that concludes our presentation, and we'd be happy to take your questions.
Do you want to put any meat on this bones and tell us about the different districts and like what are we doing about outdoor dining? Are we looking at the parking and lieu program? I mean, there's been several downtown plans that have gone through meetings and been published, and then very little of what's in that plan actually gets done. So I know there's different quadrants for a reason. Maybe you want to touch on that to help educate folks of what direction the city and staff is going in?
Sure, yeah, well, Paul prepares to address that. I just, to add a little bit of context, the beginning of the process was stretched out a bit because we had a terrible time getting public participation. It was extremely difficult to get people either in person or on Zoom calls or webinars or workshops online. And so we exhausted any and every effort to outreach to the community members downtown through the chamber, direct mailings, flyers that were passed out at the high school and through the school district. And so the beginning was a little bit of a slow start in getting public participation. One of the more successful components was this online questionnaire. We received several hundred responses, which is pretty unique for especially in the mid or sort of closing out the pandemic days. And so a lot of the data collection from that took a bit longer than we anticipated. And so it wasn't until the Planning Commission study session just in November that the consultant team was able to start to formulate some analysis, including the breakdown of why focusing on those 4 areas. But then working through the Planning Commission and the public participation during the Planning Commission, which was rather robust, and we talked about blue butterflies a lot more than I thought we were going to. But it was very informative, and so the consultants from November to now are still formulating those recommendations as it comes to parking. But yes, they're looking at the in lieu structure and the fee structure. Yes, they're looking at outdoor dining to formulate the recommendations based on the feedback that we receive. So we can't speak to what those recommendations are yet because we haven't seen them. They're still piecing all of that together. But I think we do have additional context on why how they're structuring these areas, which are very characteristic driven. The 4 sort of sub areas are defined by certain characteristics. And so Paul, maybe if you can speak to that.
Yeah, so the 4 districts that are proposed in the new downtown specific plan are the Main Street District, which includes Main from Grand Avenue north, with the exception of the Civic Center. The development there currently is very, each site or all the different parcels are developed in a kind of a similar manner, 1-story, a couple of 2-story buildings. And then the Civic Center, is different, completely different use. There is a Grand Avenue district proposed along Grand Avenue primarily, although it does include some parcels along Main Street. There are some larger parcels along Grand Avenue, so those might have more of a chance for redevelopment or additions to existing sites. So that's partly the reason why that was grouped together. And then Richmond Street is sort of the older historic part of the downtown, and so that's part of the reason why we group things together along Richmond. And then regarding outdoor dining, the consultant will be working with the consultant to come up with some options or a range of options for how to handle that. So whether it'll be partial closures or temporary closures of some streets to kind of provide an opportunity for more pedestrian activity, widening sidewalks, and things of that sort. Are there any other particular areas where you want us to add more information?
No, I just think the next time it comes after you have recommendations and input, it'd be helpful for us to have kind of historically, why is the parking in lieu program as it is? How much has it been taken advantage of? I think I can think of 3 or 4 businesses, maybe 5, that have actually used that program. And is it getting the result we want, which is to encourage people to revitalize downtown and make things happen downtown? I think if you're talking about outdoor dining or using public space for a private purpose, there has to be some type of analysis of how you're compensating the city for that. Is it reasonable? Is it fair? Is it equitable? Because what we're doing now is we're still living in this post-COVID world where everything was slapped up as an emergency. And now that we're taking a step back to think, what do we like, what we don't like, we also have to think, how do we roll this out in a way where it makes sense? It seems just and equitable to all the stakeholders in the area. But you're right, Mr. Allen, that last public hearing we had at Planning Commission, there was a number of people in the audience. They started very reluctantly to make any comments, and by the end, you could not get them away from the microphone with the ideas that they had about planting natural plants for blue butterfly habitats to completely shutting down Main Street to just bikes and bike lanes and everything else. So actually, that's another one. The bike plan has to be integrated with this as well, because on Planning Commission, we looked at several different variations of the type of bike lanes, and that all has to kind of jive together with what the goal is and what the look and aesthetic is of downtown. So thank you for the update of procedurally where we're at, and I hope next time we can kind of get into some of the more nuts and bolts about, you know, what we think people are telling us they want to see versus where we're at today.
Thank you. Because of the meat of the specific plan, this will not be a one-time hearing with council saying, hey, we got to get it done. We've already spent a year and a half, so, you know, let's move forward. This will have to be a multiple bite, maybe at least two or three lengthy discussions with the council to catch up to the work that the Planning Commission has already done and the community outreach has already done. And so it's fully anticipated to be able to provide that context and that history and that dialogue with the consultant team who can explain the thought process and provide the results from the last specific plan or the current iteration of the specific plan.
And is the idea when the consultant comes back, they'll do a similar presentation than what Planning Commission did, where they kind of talk about the Richmond Street idea and then we take comments?
Yeah, we need to look at the structure. I can't recall what's budgeted, but I think that might be the most fruitful use of their time. And so if that's the only time we get them budget-wise, then that'll probably be how we utilize their time with the city council.
Is there value in having a joint meeting so that we're all in the same room, just like you guys did with Parks and Rec, to talk about what are our priorities?
I mean, I think that would have to be very tightly scripted, so everybody knows exactly what four things we're trying to accomplish in a meeting like that. Because otherwise, we'll spend 7 hours talking about bike lanes and bike racks, and
That's true.
I'm not doing that.
We can just attend or watch it, as it's probably going to be recorded.
I would sort of half urge, half recommend that we keep an eye on developments with Surplus Land Act over the summer. There are innumerable discussions in Sacramento about amendments to that or changing it, because it seems to have effectively paralyzed the use of public land, because no surplus land exists all of a sudden. Nobody's moving any of the surplus land. So the idea of carving out possible ways to incent communities to use those things that obviously are parallel track of civic center reimagining has gone away, largely as a result of how tightly structured the Surplus Land Act is currently. But if that changes, certainly there's, the imagination of how we use this key intersection of Main and Grand is probably fruitful territory. So I would keep an eye on that.
Thank you.
All right, thank you, guys.
Anything further? Very well. Then that is a receive and file. And now we are ready to go to item 34. Can someone alert the mayor and Councilmember Pierstuck that we are ready for
I'll go get her.
reports? She's talking Joe off a cliff right now.
That was a speed presentation.
It's because we just rezoned your house.
Welcome to the downtown
Yeah,
plan fair.
welcome. Your house just became a parking garage. That's right. You just became. It's the teen center. All right. Reports, Madam Clerk.
No, thank you.
The city treasurer has resigned. No. I don't see him. All right. All right. Councilmember Baldino.
Yeah, I want to thank Chief Bermudez for offering me a tour of his police department and the opportunity to meet some of his detective and officers and learn more about the fine work they do. I appreciate your time and your transparency as always, so thank you for that.
Thank you. Councilmember Giroux.
Nothing from me tonight.
Councilmember Pierstick, anything in addition?
Sorry, nothing tonight.
Very well. I've just got a couple quick ones. Sanitation District, if anyone is interested in going to see what the County Sanitation District does, they'll be hosting some virtual tours. And you can see how half of our city does sanitation-y things. We have two significant pieces that I'd like to call people's attention to. The C Line or Green Line extension, the long planned one that will run all the way from here to conceivably the Torrance Transit Center, the newly about to be open Torrance Transit Center down on Hawthorne. Or down on Crenshaw, excuse me. There is a ride along for that. I know you've all gotten emails about it on March 2nd, scheduled by our county supervisor. This is a massive project. I mean, it's more than $2 billion in today's money, extending the Green Line down there. It is contentious. The routing of it concerns people. Different routes take it within 10 feet of people's houses. So it is not for the faint of heart. Anyone who can get a look at this tour, Torrance is doing their own specific tour for their new council to see it themselves. Again, this is a big project with many possible alternatives and permutations. So even though these things, because they're big infrastructure, it's like completion date, 31/45. It is worth taking a look at because, yeah, I mean, it will, but this one will actually happen. So it's worth taking a look at because it is an enormous piece of infrastructure. Visit the LA Chamber of Commerce had their event at SoFi. The city manager and deputy city manager and I and Michael Allen attended. That was interesting. We got to debrief the gas company about what's going on, and I think that helped get them over here, and also talk about some different possibilities for renewables around Scattergood and Chevron and the greater energy community here. So those were the things. Sanitation District, by the way, nothing substantial to report on that lawsuit that I know I terrified you all with because it's an 8-figure settlement, but we look forward to hearing more about that in May. And that's all for now. Mr. Mayor, anything to report?
I just triggered a thought for me. You may have seen in the Times, I think it was reported in the Times, we have a great relationship with Scattergood and DWP and Marty, the CEO over there. Worked with them for years, and we've been talking about what does the future of Scattergood look like. So a little bit surprised that we saw in the Times that we knew they were studying what that facility would become in light of all of these aggressive greenhouse gas emission initiatives from the city and the state. And it turns out they're going to deploy hydrogen sources as fuel for that facility. You might recall they just rebuilt a couple of those units not that long ago at the facility. So I reached out to the CEO, Marty, to get a call going, just to get back at the table with him and understand how that will unfold, what the timeline looks like. Obviously, any major changes to the way in which that plant is designed, built, and operated are going to have impacts on our residents that are right there along the border. So more to come on that. That's all I have. I do, Mayor Pro Tem, have unfortunately an obituary to read at some point.
Yep, we will have that when we adjourn in memorial, Mr. Mayor. I've got just a quick report from City Attorney and City Manager.
Nothing from me this evening, thank you.
I also don't have anything this evening. Thank you.
And we do not have any report of actions taken in closed session. Mr. Mayor, the adjournment is yours.
Thank you, sir. It's been a rough couple months losing two former mayors within weeks of each other, both mentors of mine and many other people here in town. So I'm going to read the memorial for Bill Bew. William Dwayne Bew Sr. passed away peacefully on Saturday, January 21st, with his wife of 60 years, Jean Bew, by his side. Bill led an incredible life based on faith in God and the American flag. His formative years were spent in Kansas, where he went to high school at Plainview High School, followed by several colleges, Wichita State, Kansas State Teachers College, and California Baptist College. His education and ability to utilize it to help others was of the utmost importance to his life goals. He served in the Marine Corps, didn't know that, during the Korean War, prior to becoming a Baptist minister in Cherokee, Kansas. He also played a role with the Wichita Sheriff's Department as part of the Underwater Search and Rescue Unit. He maintained a love for the game of baseball and coached it for 16 years in Kansas and in El Segundo. The records show he decided on El Segundo because of the facilities at Recreation Park that he and his sons came across on their first visit. Upon arriving in El Segundo, he secured a job at Hughes, where he was a division manager and worked with over 240 personnel. He then parlayed his management skill set and community relationships into a long career serving the city of El Segundo and the state at many different levels. He served on city council. He was the mayor for 2 years. He served on the Rec Parks Commission, the LA County Crime Commission, the El Segundo School Board, the Criminal Justice Juvenile Division, Delinquency and Crime Division, the California Criminal Justice Planning. He was the VP of the LA County Delinquency and Crime Senior Division. He was a city treasurer. He was on the State Park Commission and president of the El Segundo Golf Club. The above list is something most would hope to achieve in 2 lifetimes. Bill was able to accomplishment prior to retiring at 55, all while being an exemplary father, husband, grandfather, and great-grandfather. He lived every day with the highest character and work ethic, all within the good grace of his Lord and Savior. He was able to spend many of his retirement years combing the shores of Lake Casitas for largemouth bass, or spending time with his family spread across Southern California. Bill was an incredibly proud American and worked every day to set the example for those around him and the next generation. He will be sorely missed and is survived by his wife, Jean, sons Bill and Jerry, and numerous grand and great-grandchildren. May God welcome him into his kingdom. Thank you for that, Mayor Pro Tem.
Thank you, and we are adjourned.